a smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and
Yep. Oh. So the first match is not happening, right? That's what we're getting in ahead. Wait, whoa. Oh, like that, as in like who are we going to choose? Wow, okay, because we have not prepared for this. Honestly, I don't necessarily mind. I mean, of course, Inferal is part of Mr. Kabex's team, which, you know, he's a long-time CE fan and a great lad in general. So, oh, they're not playing today, right? See, again, we didn't prepare for this, guys. So sorry to all the people who are watching right now. Things can happen, you know, at the moment. So it's all good. But either way, you know what? In general, first of all, J7, I want to say, how are you doing today, dude? Because I'm happy to be back. It's been a bit. It's yes. But I can take a look at the other matches. That's okay. But how are you as well, Gizmo? I'm doing good today. I've had after the last month, I'm feeling much better now. So we're having a good time, ready to get back to casting, ready to get back for some hype CE matches, which it's been long enough. I feel like even a week off is way too long for me. So good to be back. But how are you, Mr. Gizmo?
Oh, I'm good. This is only my second time working for you guys, and I'm happy. I feel like it's going to be a good day. A shame about the cancellation, but I'm sure we'll find a game that's just going to be as enjoyable.
Exactly. Now, I am looking here. I do just see that we have started games. So yeah, Bombi's already playing. We have, so it's Eclipse version Among Us or Tigerstan's Method of Madness, right? Because based on the stats, it looks like a really good game. Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be good to after all get to know all these teams again. It's like back to the old school times. But right now, I'm a bit out of the thing. You know, it's it's been a while. So the fact that a team called Among Us is second does sadden me a little bit. I have to say.
Oh my god! I knew that joke was coming.
I mean, it had to come. It was just knocking on the door right there. And then you see, unfortunately, the Weeps in the last place as well. Yeah, quite unfortunate there. Not having the greatest record here, but I'm pretty sure they already gave up. Yeah, I saw the 0-10, so I realized.
Oh, I just realized stream can't hear me, but you guys can. That's okay, though. Don't worry about it. We didn't miss anything.
Oh,
so
okay.
They heard you, they just didn't hear me.
Okay. I was just talking to no one. Lovely.
It just looks like I'm the worst co-host because I'm just there. Like,
yeah.
Just do it all yourself. It's fine.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine. It wouldn't be classic CE without some unfortunate things happening. So
needs to ready up. Okay, we're just waiting for one player, then we can actually we can get Eclipse vs Among Us sounds like a great game to get going.
Got no prep going for them, but I am happy to cast them. What I did notice actually, which hypes me a lot about just this tournament, we've looked at 4 teams, and there's already 2 top laners who play Riven, and of course. As Tokitaki, I am hyped for that stuff because a Riven top lane, mate. I'm telling you, if I get to cast that again, I think it's been about like 3 to 4 months since I've casted a Riven game. So, hey yo, if Among Us, or I don't know if Among Us or Eclipse Fusion have one of those players, but if you guys are there, hand me your PayPal, play that Riven, let's get this going.
And we should be good to go. Okay, so all the lobbies have been created successfully. We have sorted out the team that did not show up today. We have sorted out the new subs that are coming in. And we have sorted out everything else other than your good mood just yet. But we'll tune that in to a higher and better mood in just a second here, as soon as we have everybody ready for some shebang, some great League of Legends, and as always, some good casting. So yeah, let's get into today's Mindsets. Eclipse Fusion versus Among Us is going to be the first series. Afterwards, at 9 p.m., we have Rocket Code Gemini versus X Team X Esports. They will be coming in and hopefully give us another blast of a series. If you want to know all the stream schedule and our beautiful new social media managers work, you can head over to our social medias. We have a compiled social down below. Just click on it, but it should be Connecting Esports everywhere besides on Twitter. That's Con Esports. Yeah, and you will be seeing all of our schedule for the week. So if you're interested in who's going to get streamed when and why and where, just tune in there. If you're not happy, let us know. We'll make you happy in no time. But yeah, until then, we have a good game at our hands. I'm going to go check one last time if they're ready. It seems like they're about to be, which means we can get us prepared for the lobby and everything. But yeah. What do those names tell you? Have you seen any of those? Maybe Futamekala should be a bit ringing a bell here for you, Mr. Tokisaki.
Futomekala?
Yes. Has played with us into CE splits, even the
Oh,
GG league.
Futomekala! Yeah,
There
okay,
we
so I was going to say, if I see the Dutch name, yeah, of course. I don't specifically remember which team he was part of. But yes, no, I certainly remember that name. If I had seen it in the screen, I would like, oh, wait, hold on. I know this player. But yeah, that's going to be exciting to see.
Another one you might have, well, not heard about on CE, but definitely heard about if you follow a few jungle mains around. So we have the best Viego actually from EU West. He has both his top accounts is on the top leaderboard for Viego players on EU West. So yeah, he has.
Look at that.
I don't know how many points for LP, but yeah, he definitely both his accounts are just up there, very far up.
That's pretty nice. I mean, there is something interesting about Viego, right? Because I'm still of the opinion that he is pretty damn broken, surely. But I think what the great thing and the fun thing about just as a caster at least watching Viego is the fact that obviously he can turn into any champion. And I've seen plenty and casted plenty of team fights where Viego literally just 1v3. It's like it looks lost, but then his ultimately just gains health back. The life steal is there, and this champion, especially considering the fact that you're saying he is the best in Europe West, that this champion can literally win games on his own.
Yeah, definitely. I'd played it myself in Clash yesterday, or played against it in Clash yesterday. That's the only game I actually lost. At all the other games we won, so we got to the finals, but we didn't ban Viego first. We said we should, but we didn't. And yeah,
Always ban Viego. Always ban it, just in case.
Yep.
There's a massive difference between a good and bad Viego, because a bad Viego just spams Zara in team fights, just getting the resets.
it
Whereas,
seems like there's one small more issue. So in order to speed all of this process up, I'm just gonna go to the voice channel, which means stream chat. You're gonna have to look at these beautiful gentlemen's faces, but you can't hear me or them. But other than that, they can maybe communicate in sign language or show you something interesting. Please, yeah, you know. Anyways, we'll be right back. One. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the evening. We had a little bit of a short break. I hope you enjoyed it and grabbed some snacks because the show is about to begin. Yes, there was definitely no technical difficulties or anything else. It was just standard League of Legends procedure. You know, we have to corona check and everything. You know the deal, how it is nowadays. But yeah, anyways, we have Among Us versus Eclipse Fusion here on game number 1. They're coming up right now, right shortly, but before that, Toki and Gizmo gonna cast today. I didn't even announce you, that's how much trouble we had today, but yeah. Welcome to both of you, and we hope to see you guys have a great cast together for our Twitch chat and enjoy our beautiful League of Legends amateur scene today.
I'm excited. Go for it, Gizmo, please.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm trying to enter the tournament key now, and it's saying invalid. So really, the technical difficulties are really coming through thick and thin today, aren't they? Oh,
Well, that is the smallest issue, because I'm just gonna click this button and you will see everything that stream sees in live, so don't worry about it, you won't have delay. So that's fixed, and we will fix it for later after. Just send me a message. Guess there's something else. Wait, but you were in the lobby last time, weren't you?
yeah. So I don't know.
Hmm.
So I just need the tournament code,
Yeah.
and I should be able to join. Just a different one.
There we go. Try that one. Okay, you here?
I think I'll just. Oh yes. Do I have it, or can you
I
send
also
it?
send it
Martha?
to you.
There we go.
No,
Look at
this- Mine says still invalid. Okay. Don't worry.
Then, yeah, I don't know what that is, but...
I am in. Yeah, I don't know. Very interesting. Oh, do you have an account on Challenger mode? That might be it.
no,
But yeah,
he was-
I mean-
he was last time, right? Like
Yeah,
last
I'll
time you were-
switch. I'll switch accounts. See if that makes a difference.
I mean, you have the one that's connected on Challenger, but that's the only one that can
Yeah.
try.
Yeah.
So.
That's probably what it was. Changing now.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty. Let's see. Okay, so I am in. Oh, it's going to be exciting then. Best Viego ever. I now want to see what's going to happen here because again, I have not seen any of these teams play. Unfortunately, I am now currently obviously looking at what they've been picking as of recent. Seems like he's only been able to get his Viego once, at least for as far as we can see. But
Yes.
I would imagine when you have a best Viego that
It gets
Viego
quite
is probably
often.
one of the most prominent bands. Yes.
Indeed. Yeah, we're good to go. Should get our draft coming up very shortly here, so you guys can actually see a bit of League of Legends content other than beautiful people. But yeah, we'll be having our great first series here, Eclipse Fusion versus Among Us. And we'll start it off in just a second as soon as they have read it up. And hopefully we get to see some Viego gameplay because this man is famous for it. And we shall see if it is all good. Do you need a spot still? Because right now the lobby is full, I just saw.
I tried to join, but it's still not doing it on this account.
because
Oh, that's probably because it's full now.
the lobby is
Yeah.
right now, it is full. Give me 2 seconds, I'll make that work for you as well.
There we go.
Okay, now you can try.
And yes, I'm in.
Hey,
Let's
sick.
go. Technical difficulties sorted. Great, thank you.
Look at that.
Cool.
I bring some luck at least.
Indeed. Yeah, Turkey. What do you think about the new layout, by the way? It's all orange now.
I like it honestly. I like the orange because yeah, the autumn. I honestly like it more than green, but that's probably because my favorite color is yellow. So that orange is a little bit closer towards there. But I do like it. But speaking of liking, it is time to get ourselves into the next match, or at least the draft towards this next match. And well, the first thing that we see is definitely not something that we didn't expect to see. Eclipse Fusion instantly ban away that Viego.
Yep, completely understandable there. Getting rid of the Ezreal as well. Safe pick for the ADC. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know if I think Among Us have played it in the past when we were researching for the other games. So it makes a lot of sense. Diana, very aggressive jungler. Great to get that out very early.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, we see loads of support bans coming out as well from an Among Us. So definitely a lot of respect being put on the support of Eclipse Fusion. So we're going to see what that is going to matter. You see, it's mostly engaged kind of picks. You see the Leona and the Thresh, of course. So maybe there are a team that likes to go for the Aphelios Thresh combination. We see a lot of teams go for that nowadays as they are hovering over the ADCs. But I don't think Aphelios is necessarily something that you would like to pick just blind. So yeah, instead it's going to be more supportive AD carry in the Ashe.
Yeah, Ashe offering loads of utility. You've got the volley on RE, allows a lot of vision. Probably the most broken ability in the game, according to in professional play at least. And then obviously the R just for the straight up engage and Ziggs counter. Oof.
Oh, well, not only that, the Mumu has been picked with that as well. And this is a pick that we have seen kind of shine out of nowhere, really. Ever since that Q has been buffed, everyone has been playing the Amumu, and not in the jungle, mainly in the support role. So that's also where I'm expecting this one to go, as the Morgana would be a pretty classic counter pick into that as well.
Yeah, you got to think about the combo there as well with the Amumu, just R'ing straight into the Zigzar as well, locking them down to guarantee that damage. I think it's going to be an interesting lane to watch.
Definitely true. As now the Trundle is the next lock in here for Eclipse Fusion, likely to be sent towards that jungle. I'm imagining that seems to be actually they have not played it at all. I think so far. So that is a new pick coming out for them, and there's the Tahm Kench. We did talk about it a little bit before. But this is actually, I like to see this a little bit more. That makes it much more exciting. The Camille is going to be locked in for the side of Eclipse Fusion, and that brings you a lot of scaling and power in the top lane.
Yeah, again, maybe a denial pick here. I don't know if Among Us plays, but I think I did see them play it before, so makes a lot of sense here. Really strong in the top lane. I think we're going to see Set here. It's going to be an interesting matchup, but yeah, great to see.
Definitely great to see. And Set is going to possibly be the lock-in. No, it is. Oh, he's really thinking, but it is going to be the Set in the end. And question, of course, with the Set could be, especially now that Amumu is there. This, honestly, the flex opportunities of Among Us team are crazy. You have the Ziggs that could still be sent, of course, towards that mid lane, likely going to be in the bottom lane. You got the Amumu who could be in the jungle or in the support role. You have the Set who can honestly play anywhere except ADC. Like, you can literally put him anywhere and he could work. So what would you reckon? Would they be sending the Set over towards the top lane? Would it maybe be the mid lane? Or was that Yone hover, maybe a little bit of a bait, as in saying like, hey, we're going to send this Set to the mid lane, but it probably is going to be the top lane instead.
Yeah, I'm more expecting it in the top lane, knowing that we see the Camille here. I think that the other flexes you got to remember is the Trundle can go to that support role. I think it does do decently well into Amumu due to like his potential to burst through tanks. But yeah, I'm assuming that Set has to go on that top side.
That's a fair point. As now the next bans are coming in. The Yone that was being hovered is being banned away in the end. And the Aurelia as well. Definitely two mid lane bans. And then Kassadin and the Morgana. So the side of Among Us, as you said, right? The Trundle could be the support. But Among Us think, hey, maybe that is still going to be the jungle. And we are going to ban out the Morgana because they don't want to face that in the end. Now, the question is really, what are they going to pick? And it looks to be that the jungler is being hovered right now. Lee Sin and Jarvan being hovered. Though Lee Sin seems to be the final pick here. Is going to be locked in for Among Us.
Well, I think they should have gone with the Jarvan, really, thinking about it with the Ziggs combo. But Lee Sin, strong, powerful jungle, great in duels. I think he probably matches up better into the Trundle. Or Lilia. Could this be Lilia jungle or Lilia mid? Maybe just put it in a little bit of an odd one.
Yeah, I was going to say, because like Lilia is not something that we've seen a lot of as of late. And well, it is going to be locked in. Lilia, someone that used to be more prominent nowadays in the solo lanes. However, especially when the Sylas is being picked, the last thing we expect is Lilia to go there. Yeah, that must be Trundle support. So Sylas into the mid lane, of course. Now, when you have a Sylas pick, you always have to talk about the ultimates on the other side, right? And there's plenty of good ultimates to pick here when you look at it. You've got, of course, the Amumu and the Ziggs as well. You can do crazy things with the Lee Sin and the Set too. So but we got to talk a little bit more about that Lily as well, because it has been more prominent as of late, of course, in those solo lanes. Then Riot has tried to nerf the solo lane prowess of this champion, and now it's being picked in the jungle. And what are you thinking about this matchup with the Lee Sin?
I think it's going to be good to see. Honestly, the pick potential of Lilia late game, just being able to go in, just randomly hit people with her W, just instantly get that engage with the ulti, and you got the Camille then just to follow up straight after. I think honestly the engage range is only going to be massive. You've got the Ash Arrow as well, crazy. But then you look at Among Us, and they've got Ziggs and Orianna here who are going to be playing the backside, just looking to play safe. When you got the Amumu who can just take in the Orianna ball into all of them and get a massive ulti ready to set up for the Zigzar. So I think Eclipse is going for the pick comp, and Among Us is going straight for let's just play the team fighting comp. Let's just go front to back and just play it out.
Yeah, seems pretty fair. And well, Among Us, of course, they are the ones who are in second place currently when it comes to the standings of Connecting Esports Autumn Split. So they are looking pretty good, and we are expecting them to possibly, because of that, have an edge here. Now, if you look at the team comps, Gizmo, who are we thinking is favored here? Because, of course, we talked about how Among Us, they probably want to play more front to back. They want to play the more standard ways of team fighting, whereas Eclipse Fusion, when you look at this team, they definitely want to try and pick people off the side as well, or look for some great arrows or some great engage opportunities with, of course, Silas and one of the ultimates that he can steal. Who are we seeing as favored here, or at least when we get to the late game, for example?
I personally would rather play the Eclipses comp, just simply because I'm a massive fan of playing pick-based team fighting. I just think it always works out better when a team gets messy. And people make slight mistakes, you can punish a lot heavier, right? But I could see Among Us just thinking, right, we'll wait at every objective, we'll go there, we'll fight. No matter what the situation is, our team comp should work in this fight.
Yeah, and now something very interesting is, I think, the set is being put on Best Viego ever, which leads me to believe that it's going to be the set towards the jungle. Now, I do see Orianna is off by the top lane. I don't know if that is going to be the actual top lane. Orianna, I reckon, is probably going to be mid, but set in the jungle, which means we're going to have Lee Sin versus Camille, possibly. Because I was going to say, Lee Sin is good into the silos, of course. You will have some decent trading over there, but Orianna into Camille, I don't really know if you want to play that lane as Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, we can only speculate at this time, but
Yeah.
if it is, I'm assuming a phase rush, just going for that auto, just to be able to auto space really heavily. But we never know, we might just see them just flex it based off the fact that they both play the champs differently, and maybe we got a better Orianna in the top lane. I don't know.
It'd be very interesting either way.
For sure. You never know, we could have a three-way flex, and they're just hoping that people take the wrong runes going into lane.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're going to get themselves the right runes, at least for the side of Eclipse Fusion, because they certainly need this win, of course, if they want to get themselves into a good spot to make these possible playoffs very soon. Among Us, however, are in a pretty good spot themselves, so we'll see if they're going to be able to get themselves this first win on the board in this series and, you know, give themselves some nice leeway into the second game as well. But let's talk a little bit about the bot lane, because, of course, yes, Amumu has been a pretty prominent pick as of late, but I personally, at least, have yet to cast Amumu in the bot lane. So why is this so good right now, and how is it going to work into this Ashen Trundle with the Ziggs?
Well, the Amumu's ability to lock down a champ for such a long period of time with his double Q now and then his ulti afterwards, it is ridiculous. You're talking about like 3-4 seconds of CD before he uses ultimate, and then it's the engage range as well. It's like having Leona who has like her Q and E built into one ability that she gets to put twice with just a slight delay between. So it's a pretty large lockdown, and I think it's going to work pretty well with the Ziggs. However, I'm happy that they did pick the Trundle to counter it, because Trundle does thread through these tanks. So I think it's going to be a very interesting lane. I expect Ziggs is more looking to just push these lanes non-stop. And maybe we just see the Amumu Trundle just going for these massive roams, just leaving the bot lane alone.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds pretty fair. And when I think about it as well, it seems like what Amumu and Ziggs probably want to do, they really want to just kind of blow up the opponent and not really go for those long fights, because, as you said, Trundle is the great pick for that, because when it comes to those longer fights, he starts just shredding through Amumu, and there's really nothing that they then will be able to do. So I imagine that is kind of what we're going to be expecting here. But, of course, we have Best Viego ever here on the set in the jungle. Now, where are we expecting the gangs to go? Again, we are not 100% sure yet as to who's going to be top lane, who's going to be mid lane. Expecting Orianna to be mid, but I mean, hey, I've seen crazier things in Connecting Esports, so some things could be happening, of course. But of course, you got let's say for example, the side of Eclipse Fusion, you got the Lilia jungle, not necessarily one of the best gankers, but a great clearer. Where do you think that Fautomakala wants to be looking towards in this game, like when it comes to like ganking early game?
If it is the Camille Orianna top, I'm going to assume that they're going to apply that pressure up there, right?
Yeah.
I'm not expecting the Lilia to gank much early at all. I think she's just going to power farm till 6, the old strategy, right? Whereas the set, I'm expecting maybe a bit more from, maybe just start top, path to bot, try and influence that lane, make sure that the Ziggs is strong enough then to be left alone by the Amumu, so then the Amumu can just roam the rest of the game, really free him up. But honestly, I mean, if the Lilia goes for these early ganks, I'm not sure how it's going to go. Like, her W does apply that slow, so you could see these pick potentials starting to come through.
We possibly might. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And then I think the last thing we should a little bit talk about is, before we get into the game as well, is just the general scaling aspect. Because as we can see, both these teams have some pretty decent scaling champions, but also some champions that definitely fall off. Which team seems like to have the strongest scaling here? Like, as the game goes longer, which team do you think is going to be favored in that sense?
Well, I think it might be just Among Us, right? Just simply because of the Ziggs Orianna. Because you've got that idea of they're going to be so strong, so many items that Eclipse's comp, they've got so many champs that need to come forward onto them. And if a Ziggs just in the way, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, right? So I think maybe they'll scale harder.
All right, well... Yeah, I mean, I see it, obviously. I was thinking, like, they have, of course, Lee Sin set not great scaling champions, but they can still do their part in those fights, of course. Whereas, Orianna and Ziggs are terrifying when it comes to the scaling aspect of the game. But, of course, on the other side, you do have the Camille, who is a freaking strong scaler. And Camille will also be able to pick off people off the backline, possibly, of course, when you have someone like the Ashe, like a Sylas who could steal an ultimate to, really shake up that team fight, shake up with a little bit of a catch every somewhere on the side. So we'll see what's going to happen. I think it's obviously mostly going to play down to how the teams are going to play, right? I mean, that is in general how League of Legends works. The team that plays best will probably win. But it's going to be, I think, very important to see is if Eclipse Fusion will be able to get those picks that they are going to be trying to look for.
Yeah, I mean, luckily we haven't got. I don't think we have this Orianna top. Looking at the flex, I think it is just the set in the mid lane. I got a feeling late game, Lee Sin and Set are just gonna be playing the back line saviors, right? Both using their ultimates just to really kick away the diving comp of Camille's Sylas. So what I'm looking for late game is the Sylas to maybe take the Set ult to try and get through to the back line and then follow it up with maybe a Lilia stun. But it's going to be a lot harder to pull off going forward.
Yeah, I honestly think when I look at these compositions, especially for Eclipse Fusion, that a lot is going to come down to good Ashe ultimates. I think those arrows from Sash are going to be very, very crucial as to how this game is going to play out. But speaking of, we are going to get ourselves into the first game of the night. It will be Eclipse Fusion on the blue side versus Among Us on the red side. Among Us currently second in the standings, looking very, very strong and looking to continue their road to all the winnings. But most importantly, we'll see what we're going to see in the start of this match. And it seems like both these teams are just playing it very safely by a 5-pointer here.
Definitely always a Amumu we're going to find a pick here. No, just a bit of dancing. One thing to note is that the Trundle has gone for Guardian. Normally, when they go support, they go Healer Blades to really burst through the tanky members. So that is a surprising change to me. And I'm also hoping that we see a. Ooh. Actually, look at the Ziggs items here. Look, he's gone Sapphire Crystal. So what he's looking to do here, he's trying to push the first three waves, crash it, reset, maybe TP back, and he should have, I think, Futures Market to be able to get that Lost Chapter on his first reset. So that's going to be a massive power spike when he gets there.
Oh, I really like that point, yeah. So just looking to really push. I mean, I imagine that, of course, the side of Eclipse Fusion will also recognize this and know that he is going to try and do that. But when you're an Ashe Trundle, it's not really a lot you can do about the Ziggs push early game, of course. I mean, Ashe, yes, has the volley, can do a little bit, but it's not the power of the Ziggs. So we'll see what's going to happen as we do see both these junglers starting on the opposite sides of the map, which means we'll likely not see an early scuttle battle, but it's quite interesting to see that Fautomakala, he is going to be looking towards perhaps this top and mid lane for the ganks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just him looking for the ganks or if it's just a more efficient clear path for Lilia here. But at least in either way, path to this bot side makes a lot of sense. Really trying to set up this Ziggs to carry, especially with that. I think maybe they'll look for the dive if they can't get the reset, but either way, hopefully we'll see.
Yeah, well, we get the engage already from Amumu on Sash. Sash, though, is turning back a lot of damage. Look at the power of the Trundle. Junjie might be in a lot of trouble. The flash comes in, the auto attack. Is it going to be enough? It will be. First blood to the Trundle.
And that's the power of the Trundle pick. Even the Guardian really speeding up the Ashe to help follow that up. Halo Blades on the Ashe, slowing down the Amumu. So once he engaged, he wasn't getting back out of there very easily.
Yeah, just a very, very strong play. I mean, it looked like Jinja thought that he could get the engage, but actually just got turned back upon. And as you said, right, it shows the power of the Trundle. It shows the power of this counter pick. However, you can see that Seth is looking for a counter gank here in the bot lane. They do have it warded, so they should know that this is coming. They do. They back off, and it just means that Lee Sin will be wasting a little bit of time.
Yeah, and in that time, Lily's going to take a blue buff, be up 8 CS at this point, so really just wasting time. Hopefully he can get this gank off in mid lane.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Runner, though, I like how he's playing on the top side of the map. It's the classic way to avoid these early ganks. And, well, it worked out as well. Gets to push in, maybe looking for a back here, but also could be looking towards this Scuttlecrab to try and help his jungler get that set up. But, yeah, I mean, Seth is just going to get that bottle Scuttlecrab. It's going to be traded as we kind of expected. He slowed down his jungle speed a little bit, and that does mean, of course, as you can see, that Fautomakula is pretty far ahead when it comes to the camps.
Yeah, definitely. One of the things to note in the bot lane is though the Amumu did go down, the kill did go over the Trundle. So Ziggs getting this CS farm. He did set up a freeze afterwards. So the Ziggs and the Ashe are on even gold. In fact, slightly favored to the Ziggs, just with the Trundle being slightly quite far ahead of the Amumu. So.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the one you wanted to have the kill on, but then again, like, a Trundle can still be terrifying with kills. It's one of those supports where it doesn't necessarily matter that he's support or not. If he gets the kills, he will be strong anyway. But we see now, though, Lee Sin just clearing that ward, making sure that he can later on get a gank off here on Cisse. But the pink ward is going to deny just that. And yeah, you said it right. Seth really wants to focus on this bot lane, but Cisse and Sash are just playing it so safe. There's really no way you can gank this lane right now.
No, but the Ziggs is taking his recall now. He should come back with Lost Chapter and be able to apply a bit more pressure here. The CS is a bit down, but they are catching the wave on the tower, so it should even out gold a bit better. Meanwhile, the Moon was looking to get some wards in this river to protect the Ziggs.
Yeah, to protect Ziggs, and of course this dragon is coming up. It's an Infernal Dragon. We'll see if either of these junglers want to play around it. Now, we talked about how the Lee Sin is stronger in this early game, but he is also 2 levels behind in this early game, so I don't really know if that really matters anymore. But more interestingly, look at this. The jungler and the support walking over towards this mid lane. Runner has no mana left, has the flash, but I don't think you're getting out of this one. He gets stunned up, rooted out, but he actually gets a nice dodge on, but the second Q will be enough. And the support once again grabs the kill.
Yeah, I do just hate when support steal kills. Oh, it's my pet peeve. Well, actually, I'm a support main, so I love taking the kills. But as you can see there, the Amumu changes coming through, really shining through, like locking down that set with the second one. The Lee Sin misses the Q, but the Amumu second Q lands, gets the kill. Great play.
Yeah, great play for sure. I would be afraid for you, man, if that was your pet peeve, considering you would be your own pet peeve. I don't think that's a very good sign, but luckily that is not necessarily the case. As in this top lane, we see a lot of back and forth trading. It is Camille who's winning out, though. I like the patience there from Moons to not really go in there, but he does have to ignite, of course. Could go for a potential trade, but here comes the ultimate. Actually, Set is going in, taking a lot of damage here. Good flash, outplayed. Best Viego ever gets the solo kill.
Yeah, a flash abuser there. Oh, terrible thing to see, but yeah, great flash. Camille just not respecting the 6. How's his bot play going to go?
Yeah, we'll see. The gang comes here. The support, is he going to land the Q? I mean, the teleport is coming in, so they're trying to turn it around. And Mumu's taking a lot of damage. He's going to be the first one to die. It's once again the Trundle picking up the kill. The teleport from Borolski is too late, and that means that Eclipse Fusion get themselves on the board there.
Yeah, the big thing there blown is the Camille TP. Yeah, the Orianna TP, but her wave was crashed anyway, and Set crashed the wave top. Lily had to go catch the wave, but this is going to put this Camille so far behind in this matchup. We're talking about 600 gold behind at this point early on. That's a massive power spike.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for the Camille. Now, what the Camille has going for her is that she is the scaling side of the two. So, you know, if this doesn't, go out of control, she should be okay. But now, though, we see, wow, Junch is just taking that camp. He's like, no, that is going to be mine. And because Fautomakula has no vision in that jungle, he didn't want to risk it. So that's a camp stolen.
Oh, the 2-level lead in this top side. That is a scary thing to see as this Camille.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen here. Runa now in the mid lane looking for an engage. Not going to hit the shockwave stolen though. And that means Barozzi is going to be safe for now. Cisse though, walking on the ward. Yeah, it's going to get rooted up. Seth is there. Is he going to follow up? Looking to not do so because, of course, again, they have no vision in their jungle. They can't go for these risky kind of plays. So they're just going to play it safe. But yeah, speaking of the leads, let's just take a look at these lanes, right? So the top lane, of course, a very strong lead for Best Viego ever. Because yes, the farm looks close, but he has a massive wave to catch up on. But then we look at the jungle, and that is, of course, Fautomakula. Yes, he doesn't have an assist yet, but has a lot of farm. And you talked about it, right? He just wants to power farm, and he's ahead of everyone in the game when it comes to CS.
Yeah, Lee Sin was trying to gank, and the Lilia just invaded him, took the camps, and now has got nearly a 30 CS advantage. That'll shine through later in the game as well, especially when she starts getting these items through. I don't believe she's reset now, so she's sitting on quite a bit of gold here. Honestly, that's going to be quite scary as the Lee Sin in this matchup.
Yep, that is definitely going to be terrifying. I mean, it's 700 gold difference almost now between the junglers, whereas in the top lane, it's also a 600 difference. So these are definitely the two lanes that we are going to have to watch when it comes to the differences, of course. But we talked about it before, right? Camille is the scaling variant of the two. So, you know, as long as this keeps on going slow from now on, Camille is going to be the one who is happy about it, as we now might see a fight in the bot lane, but we do see Cisse just backing off, not wanting to do anything crazy there. So let's talk a little bit about what's going to happen next, because obviously the dragon has been taken. There is not really much up now. We do have the Herald that is up, and both the junglers are on the same part of the map. Does Fautomakula really want to go for objectives here, or does he just want to keep power farming and just be a menace later on?
I personally think that you should try and get this Herald, try and put it back in the top side, try and stabilize that lane. Simply because this Camille without gold is going to just get further and further behind. And I know Camille can come on late game, which has got a couple items behind them, but you need this. If you get this Herald, you can inject a kill plus maybe a couple 100 gold into her, and really recover this lane. I think Lee Sin here still going to try and look for these ganks, but he should really try and contest this objective as well. If it was me personally, I'd tell both my supports to reset here. All the supports should reset here and try and contest this objective.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing. At least, well, not resetting, but they are definitely looking to contest as we see, though. Eclipse Fusion, they have the control over that area for now, and you can actually see they're going really deep. As in the top lane, there is a dive coming in from Best Viego. That's a good ultimate, though, but is it going to be enough? No. However, in the bot lane, though, the Mumu is in trouble. Fautomakula is going to grab his first kill of the game as now they found the Lee Sin. There is the kick. A lot of damage coming down on the Lilia, but is it going to be enough? The Mega Inferno Bomb is there, and that will be the shockwave to finish things off. However, Cisse, the support, flashes on the jungler and gets the kill, and here is Runa now trying to salvage the situation. Barozzi is in trouble. He gets the ultimate hijack, but it's not enough damage, and the shutdown is there from 80 carry diff. Now, though, can Runa turn this around, or is it going to be trouble for him? He misses the change, and that surely is going to be it for him. Has to flash away. Barozzi doesn't have to flash himself. Sash is there to try and defend, but he's on his own versus 3. Got to use his flash to try and get away, but I don't know if you're going to get away from this. That's a beautiful stun from Mumu. Gets placed over, but the Ignite is going to kill the Silas, and now Sash is in trouble. Actually, he will live, but Sash will die. The Ashe is dead. Another kill for the Orianna, and Among Us win out on this very elongated fight.
Jeez, that was... It started off with Among Us just losing so much, and then Eclipse just overextending just for Among Us to come back in, get those respawns, and fight it again.
And now it's just trouble for them, because now it was looking good, and we talked about the scaling of these teams. Well, actually, Fautomakula looking for a bit more here. Could win this. Oh, I don't think you wanted that one to hit a Mumu. Fautomakula gets himself the second kill and is now looking for a third, as here is Ziggs. Nice dodge. Don't want to even look at the damage. All that CS just coming in strong. Double kill for the Lilia. And now we see another fight coming in. Seth on the top lane has found Moons. Can he find a kill, however? He's going to use the War Jump to get closer, but the shield should be enough to keep him alive for now. Sonic Wave goes wide, and it ends up just being 2 kills for Eclipse Fusion.
I mean, this set in this top side it's just taking the whole tower, all of the plates solo. That is going to be a monster in the top lane. But can we talk about that Lilia just one shot in their bot lane? Like, it's just so simple. In that earlier play, she didn't have her item. She hadn't reset, and you could see that with the damage. And she's come back with Lost Chapter and the Codex, just instantly half HPs every single person with the combo. And it's crazy.
It's absolutely terrifying, and she's looking for another one. Fautomakala going very deep here. Gets the Drowsy on. The Shockwave is there. Mega Inferno Bomb there to follow up as well. But look at the damage. It's going to be enough to shut down, but they will be traded for 1-for-1. It is actually going to be Trundle picking up with the Subjugators now. He gets absolutely rooted up to smidgens. Double kill for the Ziggs. And here is the set, Sash. I don't think you want to be here. Can he find a kill on the Mumu? Yes, he can. Gonna be one kill back, but it's gonna be one traded. A triple kill for AD carry differences. Now, the jungle is fighting it with the mid lane. Aruna in trouble, using that kick to get him away. But Seth is still on his notes. Is it going to be enough damage? So Sonic Wave hits. He needs to find a little bit more. Best Viego is there, looking for a potential dive. Not going to do so. So it just ends up being a 3-for-2 for Among Us.
And now the Ziggs damage is only going to get worse and worse. The Silas Lee Sin just kicking each other, just saying bye bye. I'll bring you with me. The Ash lucky to get a trade back kill there. The Amumu support really not shining through in this game as much as you'd expect. I don't know if that's due to inexperience or just the fact that there's a Trundle pick that counters it.
Oh boy. Well, dude, the shark, well, rather the deer is coming once again. I don't think you're getting out of this one, my friend Ziggs. That is an easy kill pickup for Fautomakala. Doesn't even give it over to his AD carry. Shut down for the Lilias. Now in the top lane, Moon's in a lot of trouble. He is going to use the Hextech Ultimatum, but it's not going to be enough. The Shockwave will push him down. It's another kill trade here for these teams.
Yeah, this is looking scary now for Eclipse. I mean, their bot side was looking insanely strong. Now the Ziggs has picked up these kills. Their strongest player is their jungler, and if their jungler's not the player, I don't think they win it at this point. You've got this set in the top side who's massive, the Orianna who's picked up some kills as well, and now you've got a Ziggs who's just going to be throwing bombs from no matter where you start a fight at. So it's going to be hard to recover this game.
Yeah, I think just the biggest problem is where the kills went for Eclipse Fusion, right? Because we see 4 kills on his Trundle, and we talked about how it could be good for lane, but the laning phase is pretty much over very soon because the bot towers have already been taken. They are looking, Eclipse Fusion are looking to take the tier 1 as well, and it's just not really powerful anymore to have those kills on the Trundle when the Fed members are the Ziggs, the Orianna, and the Set. However, now we might see a gank in the mid lane. The jungler has been caught, though. Fautomakala is the one who's in trouble. Gets rooted up. The stun is there, though, from the Ashe ultimate. That is actually going to save him. The sleep is good, but it is just going to be to keep everyone at bay. Now, Moon's looking for potentially something. You can actually see Among Us really want to look for a dive here. They're going to do it. The stun is there. There is the curse of the Sap Mummy. They're getting blown up. Moons, though, might be able to make his way out, but the Sonic Wave is going to connect. Double kill for the Ziggs. Now he's going to find another one as the support picks up Ashe. Seth, though, is in trouble, has to run away. Barolsi is there to try and turn around the situation, though. Is it going to be able to do so? Question is, yes or no? The very low health, but they're not going to be able to get it. It's the killing spree. They're looking for the ace. Runner tries to flash in with the Shockwave, but the damage is just not there. And it's a very late ace for Among Us.
Went down. No one went down for them. Honestly, a close fight, but it was all because the Lilia got picked off. They used so many ultimates just to save her. And Among Us knew this. They saw all the ultis used, and they're like, well, we see our perfect time to go in. We've got the Amumu. The Amumu just jumped in, using that extra Q. Just keep getting those resets, locked them up for long enough. The Zigzag came down and just destroyed the whole team, and it was an impressive ace.
It really was an impressive ace. Well played by Among Us, and it's showing why they, of course, are second in the Autumn Spring right now. And they're looking to really get themselves towards that first place, or at least put themselves very, very strong in that second place. Just very, very good coordination, I have to say, from this team. And it's going to be interesting to see how Eclipse Fusion are going to react to this, because the fact that Among Us have the scaling on their side and just got a clean ace, basically. I mean, yes, it was a very late ace, but it was an ace nonetheless. Now, with the 7,000 gold differential, how are Eclipse Fusion going to get back into this game?
Well, they got to rely so heavily on this a Miracle Lilia engage or an Ashe Arrow coming out of nowhere. That's their only way back in. They have to get these important picks on the important members. They need to shut down. Probably the Ziggs is their main target for the time being, but even then, you've got the Orianna who's insanely strong, and the Set who's just so far ahead in his top side.
Well, the pick is not going to happen. It might just be a straight-up team fight as now. Amumu has been called out. Curse of the Sat Mummy is not there. Is he going to be able to use it? No, he flashes out. But look at Cisse. He's actually a great flash to get himself away, but it's still a killing spree for the Set. Now they're looking for their third kill. They're getting blown up on the side of Eclipse Fusion. At this point, they are just too far behind. It's 3 kills for Among Us, and they are in complete control.
Eclipse, like, they're going for these 5v5 fights in this position. Why are you going for the 5v5 when you're so far behind? You need to look for these picks to recover. And as we saw, they started that fight. They went for that pick on the Amumu, and the Amumu still lived. Got out the other side, and they traded. What was it? 3 back for that attempt.
Yep, that was pretty rough. It just seems like they try. Eclipse Fusion do try to get things, but Among Us are just all on the same page. They stay together as a group, and we talked about it in the draft, right? They want to play the front-to-back team fights, whereas Eclipse Fusion, they are looking for the picks. However, if you just stay together as a team, it's going to be hard to be picked on. However, it looks like Among Us are the ones doing the picking here, as a lot of damage being put down on Fautomakala. Does get out alive, but you talked about the Miracle Sleep. Without that ultimate, it's going to be difficult to find it.
Yeah, massive ulti is just being used there. Luckily, the sleep went through on the Set, so he couldn't get away. But that is a team fighting tool that you will not have going into this future. And the Ziggs uses R, but his R's pretty much already at backup. So crazy.
Yeah, not looking good here for Eclipse Fusion. It seems to be kind of falling apart for them. That 7k gold lead we were talking about is almost 10k now. We're at 19 minutes. I mean, it's very, very one-sided. They really have to look for something crazy to turn this one back around. But honestly, we have to talk a little bit of performance from Among Us. Just great performance, especially I have to say from Best Viego ever in the top lane. Getting that solo kill, but so much pressure that he's putting on the map by just bullying this top lane to bits. Camille has not been able to get into the game at all.
The Set has doubled the Camille's gold in this game. He is sitting on 10k, she's sitting on 5k. That is not what you want to see.
Oh, but what you do want to see as a Confusion is maybe a pick here on the Lee Sin, but they just don't have the damage for it. Runner is there, but Moons tries to get on the backline, but when you don't have damage, that is not going to do anything. A beautiful Curse of the Sad Mummy locks everyone up. However, Eclipse Fusion are turning things around. That's a beautiful ultimate as well from the Silas. The damage, though, isn't going to be there. The Lilia is doing so much, but they just don't have it. It's a quadra kill for the Orianna. Can he find the pentakill? They are looking for it now. Borowski is there, but it's going to be the pentakill for Orianna, and Among Us are going to finish off this game.
There's so much to talk about in that fight. The Lily didn't get her ulti off during that whole transition. I mean, if she got her ulti off, that could have gone the other way. The Set ult was brilliant, taking that Amumu ult to be able to do damage. Set just in the bot lane for all of that. I think that was just a straight up 4v5, and they still came out the other side. Very close, but not in the favor. And, you know,
it just seems like they try, and here we're gonna see the replay. I mean, the fight looks really good, but again, they turn back the damage, but it feels like they're just too far behind.
Camille trying to lock in the backside, but she's not there to kill you. She's there to sacrifice herself at that point.
I mean, yeah, look at that. Quadra kill and then just getting himself that penta just at the end. I mean, great play here from Borolzi. What a performance so far in this game. I mean, wasn't really performing very strongly on this Orianna. I mean, not necessarily something special, but just remained even in lane. And now that he's fighting for the team, we talked about the scaling of this champion, and with the pentakill in the books, getting that item stacked as well, it's just looking very, very difficult here for Eclipse Fusion.
They're going to go for the end.
Oh, they're going to go for the arrow comes there, but that is right on the Banshee's Veil. There's too much damage here on the Nexus. There is nothing that Eclipse Fusion can do. There is going to be a fight. Best Viego ever is going to pick himself up a kill. In the backline, the Runner tries to turn things around, gets the lockup, but it's not going to be enough. They will get the Amumu in trade, but Borowski, once again, too strong for them. Gets himself a double kill. Can they end the game, though? They're looking to play around. The shutdown is there, though. Finally, the Orianna dies, but it is all for nothing. A beautiful kick from Seth is there to end the game, but it is Among Us who convincingly get themselves the first game of the series.
Crazy game there. Among Us really just showing that their talent through the whole of that. That their macro was on point throughout the whole thing. Just being able. I know it could just look like they grouped the whole time, but yes, they're playing a team fight comp, and when they needed to go for those fights, they were together, and that is how they're able to get these wins.
Yeah, I think that is spot on, right? It's just the fact that they were together. They were more a team, really. That seemed to be the biggest thing here because, yes, the start from Eclipse was pretty good. They had some nice picks here and there, but when it came to the really important parts, the objectives, and just staying together as a team, playing front to back, as we said they wanted to do, Among Us was just way too good.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their weakest point was just a Mumu support, but like, you got to think in lane, yeah, the Mumu support struggled, but in these massive team fights, I mean, he just gets to press his R button, you get these multi-man stuns, and then all of a sudden you got the Zigzag coming down on him, and then the Orianna getting these massive shockwaves, and there's not much that Eclipse could do to stop this from happening. You have no disengage, like you had no disengage tools to get him out at this point.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at a point, right, when you're so far behind, 10,000 gold at 19 minutes, I feel like it becomes near impossible to come back, especially when you're the team that gets outskilled. Gotta say that Eclipse definitely, they found themselves picks still here and there. It wasn't all clean from the side of Among Us, apart from that one great fight. But I think there is hope here from Eclipse, right? Because what are we going to expect from them to see in the next game if they want to try and really stand a chance against Among Us?
I think they need to put more. So, I think they need to put more focus on this jungle. This Lilia was having such a good game, and it was just these few picks where she was going for these plays, and the rest of the team. I don't know if there was a communication problem or if it was just too aggressive from the Lilia, but at that point they just lost their lead, right, and gave that shutdown over to, I think it was the Orianna originally or the Ziggs that gave them the snowball. So I think what they need to do is they need to put this. Let's play it on a stronger pick in the jungle. I'm expecting maybe like a Xin Zhao, a J4, something like that. Just go for like pure power in this jungle, and then just have lanes that can back up the combos that you want to put with this jungle.
Yeah, I think I must agree, because where it did kind of work, having that Lilia, because yeah, he completely out-jungled, of course, Seth, but the problem was really that the pressure and the impact wasn't really there. Sure, of course, Foutamankala did get a few good ganks off, but I felt like most of them were just reactive and trying to put themselves in a situation where they could catch up with Among Us rather than get ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin didn't get many ganks off early, right? But he watched those lanes and he applied the pressure. And though, like you didn't see a massive gold increase, but what he did is he pushed them off the waves and stuff like that, and that's gaining them gold. Even if he's not getting those kills, he put himself behind in XP, but gave his team gold by just being there in pressure. Whereas the Lilia was, yeah, she was power farming, she was getting herself really fed, and yet it was looking pretty good for her. But then at that point, all your lanes are getting behind, and I mean the other problem was obviously the Trundle getting these kills. Bit of a problem, but overall, really well played.
Yeah, just a great game from Among Us, and it's going to be interesting to see how they will play out this second game, because I feel like when you decide of Among Us, there's nothing you need to change, right? Because it looked pretty, I wouldn't say clean, but it looked pretty good from their side. And we'll see if they're going to be able to continue that into the second game. We are setting up currently for that game to happen very, very soon. But let's talk a little bit once again more about Eclipse Fusion. So we want to see an aggressive jungler from their side, right? We want to see someone who can actually do something for their lanes in the early game. Because yes, where it worked that the Lilia was very far ahead, I feel like a Lilia cannot have so much impact to really out-impact, so to say, a Ziggs and an Orianna who are fed, and also, of course, the set on the top lane who was absolutely demolishing it.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have a ridiculous gold lead. He got the early kill, but he didn't see a crazy gold lead. But what was there that you just couldn't see was the fact that he got that whole tower, the whole tower plates to himself. He had the massive CS lead. And that gold adds up. He couldn't be matched in that lane. At one point, he had, I think it was a 3-level lead pretty early on, with the Camille only being level 5 to his 8, if I remember correctly. Maybe it was 7, but either way, that's a crazy, crazy level diff so early on.
Yep, and I loved, of course, seeing Bestiego use that melee, right? When he got that level 6, instantly going for the engage, instantly getting himself that outplay. it was still a great outplay, of course, but when you're a level ahead, it makes it a little bit easier, of course, but just a great play from Best Viego, really showing off his prowess in that top lane here. So even with the set, doesn't matter if he has Viego or not, still going to be a very, very big force to be reckoned with. Now, we are going to soon get ourselves into the draft here. It is going to be Among Us this time around on the blue side of the map. Now, where would we like to see Eclipse Fusion's counter pick go towards when it comes to this match? Because I feel like the mid lane was all right? Like, it was a pretty even mid lane. Nothing really bad from their side. It just didn't have the impact, but that's mainly, I think, because the whole team started falling behind. The top lane, however, that definitely did seem like a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, I think they got they're during like they did get the counter pick in the support role, right, for the bot lane in the first game, getting that Trundle. So I think go into the bot lane again. You tried to use the counter pick bot, and it didn't work very well in that game. So I'm expecting them to maybe put it more towards top jungle, because that top lane really needs something to happen to stop that gap from appearing that we saw.
Yeah, wow. We see the bans coming in. Kha'Zix, Leona, Kai'Sa from the side of Among Us, and Eclipse Fusion, they say, well, the Viego's not going to happen. Diana, same ban, but this time a switcheroo. Ziggs, they do not want to face this Ziggs. Now, of course, the Ziggs was a menace in the last game. I do not think that it was necessarily one of the problems. Yes, of course, in the late game, Ziggs is going to be the problem, but I don't think it was a reason as to why they necessarily lost. But Among Us, they say, we are going to go for that Ezreal pick.
Yeah, I think the Ziggs ban makes a bit of sense, considering how they were they were fighting in the jungle a lot, right? And the Ziggs could just come down from anywhere, and maybe they think that that's what turned those fights when they have such life-stealing champions, that the Ziggs probably impacted them a bit heavier than they expected. But still happy we see that go. I hate Ziggs ADC myself. A Vayne?
Wow. Not just the fact that a Vayne has been picked, but a Vayne this early in the draft, when no tank has yet been played. I don't know what I have to say about that, Gizmo. That is, to say the very least, in classical caster language, interesting to see.
I mean, if this was a solo queue game and I saw my ADC pick that straight away, I would be more tempted to dodge. I'm not gonna lie. So it's a bit of a surprise pick. I believe it's okay into Ezreal, but Ezreal just outranges her for most of the lane phase till the Vayne gets a couple items. Yes, she's going to be this unstoppable monster at level 16 onwards, but I mean, based off how the last game went, scaling, you didn't make it to late game. You've got to think early game. I think.
Yeah, I think I agree. And yeah, we spoke about it. We see it right now. Xin Zhao being picked up by Among Us. That is exactly the early game that I think we would have rather have seen on the side of Eclipse, but it is going to be on the side of Among Us. Now, let's see if Eclipse are going to pick something that can face it, because, yeah, Gwen as well now going to be sent towards that top lane, most likely. One of those champions, always difficult to deal with. It's Among Us so far looking very, very powerful in this draft. Whereas Eclipse, they have gone for that Kench, of course, before, and well, we'll see where it's going to be sent. And as now, Nocturne is being picked. We're seeing some old meta coming back here.
I mean, the draft, I'm so confused. Like, why are you drafting like this? Like, maybe it's beyond my knowledge, but I don't understand the Nocturne pick here, really. Your Xin Zhao is probably going to be stronger than you most of the time. Why didn't you just pick, like, J4, or why did you pick the Vayne in general? Like, it's such a hard matchup that you've just given yourself here, and then you've taken the Tahm Kench. Yeah, it's a good top laner, and we've seen some insane plays on it in pro play. People are getting solo kills on it all the time, but Gwen is nuts. Like,
yeah,
like I don't know if you guys have noticed, but she's completely broken since release. So yeah, you just handed over like two of the strongest picks in the game at the moment, and you've gone, yes, let me just pick this Vayne. I'm not sure that people are drafting the way that is conventional.
Yeah, I'm not very sure about it either. And again, like, Vayne is one of those picks. You normally tend to pick it when, there's at least two tanks on the opposing side. That's where the Vayne really shines. But right now, yeah, Gwen, Jhin, sure, Jhin, tends to go relatively tanky builds, but it's going to have the what's it called? The Gore Drinker as well. So it's not necessarily the complete tanky pick. As now, Braum has been picked here for the side of Eclipse Fusion, so it's going to be a Braum and Vayne lane. Now, we'll still have to see what Among Us are going to pick for their support, but that's also interesting to see. Wow,
Please.
that would be very, very fun to see.
Please. I mean, Braum has been a bit of a staple pick looking back through a lot of the games throughout the Kickton Esports tournament. So I'm not surprised seeing that, and it is the Blitzcrank. Yes. We got a good one.
Wow. We definitely got a game on our hands, not only because of the crazy draft from Eclipse Fusion, but yeah, Blitzcrank. I mean, there is no time where a Blitzcrank is picked and it's not fun to see. It's always fun. So definitely looking for some crazy plays.
It's actually massive. Like, think, you know, Tom Kench's great grayscale, right? His passive gives him a shield, and Blitzcrank's ult gets rid of the shield. So you have to be so wary of that.
Yeah.
That is going to be so scary as that Tom Kench. You're jumping in, doing your damage, thinking that you can take twice as much damage as you can. All of a sudden, a Blitzcrank ulti comes down, and you're dead. Like, there's no recovering that damage.
Yep. As now the last picks are coming through. Yone has been picked, was banned last time away from Among Us. This time around is going to get through. And it will be the Aurelia for the mid lane in Eclipse's Fusion side. Now, that is definitely a very exciting matchup to watch. But when I look at both these drafts, Gizmo, I think it's safe to say that Among Us are looking pretty good here.
Yeah, where can I bet? Where can I put my money on Eclipse here? Not on Eclipse, Among Us, please. Honestly, Eclipse full AD draft. I mean, I think Tom Kench has got a bit of AP ratios, but he's not going to be building that ridiculously AP. So it's crazy. I think Among Us have just robbed them really of all the picks that they wanted.
But then, like, is it really robbing when the first two picks that you take are Vayne and Tom Kench? Because I feel like when an Ezreal is picked, the Vayne is definitely not going to be picked because, you know, the AD carry has already been picked from the side of Among Us. So it's honestly very confusing. I'm sure that Eclipse Fusion have some sort of plan here. They have some kind of idea what they wanted to do with this draft. But, okay, you know what? Let's just go from it from a very neutral perspective and just look at these lanes individually and see what's going to happen here. Because first of all, we have this top lane. We talked about, at least you talked about how Tom Kench, of course, has been seeing a lot of play inappropriately in the top lane. We've seen some crazy plays on him, has had some solo kills, but he is faced against a champion who's done the exact same thing.
Yeah, Gwen, crazy. And you know, she goes for that build where she gets that true damage coming straight through. So Tom Kench is going to build tanky, and it's not going to make a difference. We got Nocturne, who's just not going to have... Like, we talked about not farming until 6 this time around. You got Nocturne. Like, Nocturne, yes, he has the fear early on, but is he really going to make that much of a difference? No, he can't fight the Xin Zhao, so he's going to be farming for 6, looking for these picks. Yes, everyone else can't see them, but you're influencing lanes that, in my opinion, are already lost.
Yeah, it's rough. And then, you know, if he wants to gank, we'll have to look at the setup of their side. Now, the thing that Eclipse Fusion have going for them, they have decent setup. Of course, you have Tom Kench. I mean, it's going to be hard to hit that on the Gwen, don't get me wrong. But you also have the Irelia, who has some decent setup, possibly on the Yone. You have a Braum. I mean, it's going to be a little bit hard against the Ezreal Blitzcrank to really set up a gank over there. So it doesn't really look like we're going to see lots of early game ganking from the Nocturne, even if he wanted to. We didn't expect it, of course, as he is a farming jungler, but I guess we're definitely not going to see it now. Whereas on the opposite side, Among Us, yes, you have the Xin Zhao, likes to go for those early ganks. Where is he going to look for them? Because to me, it looks like the bot lane is the most easy lane to go for.
Oh, yeah. Theoretically, yeah, the bot lane is the easiest lane. You have got the Braum there that makes it slightly harder, but I think really he can go to any lane at any point and pull off an easy gank. I think Eclipse have done their best draft. Like champion that they did was the Braum, right? Braum is the only champion there that I'd say yes, that is correct, right? But the Braum counters the engage, which the Yone, Xin Zhao, and Ezreal want to do. But then you've got the Blitzcrank just sitting in the back line who's like, well, whoever's sitting at the front of your thing, if the Braum's there tanking all the damage, we can't hit him from the front. We might as well pull him in and attack him from the back.
Yeah.
And then even then, they've got pick set up as well as team fight here. So it's going to be a crazy game to watch. I do hope Eclipse can get into this game, but I don't see an easy way for them in.
No, I really don't see that either. I think that a lot is going to come down onto Seth in this jungle on the Xin Zhao. If he gets this early game rolling for his team, it feels like it's going to be very difficult for Eclipse. Kind of, last game-esque. It's going to be difficult for them to really come back into this game because, yes, they've tried it before. They've went with the Lilia. They went with this very heavy farming jungle matchup. And, yes, it got you ahead. It got him some kills as well. And it started looking relatively strong. But in the team fight, just wasn't able to do really anything. Got some decent sleeps off. And now you've got this Nocturne. And, yes, when you're very far ahead, maybe you can use that paranoia to pick someone off on the backline. But you got to look at this team. It's going to be hard. Yes, you have the Ezreal. Already in general, a difficult AD carry to pick off. And who else do you want to go for? I mean, the Yone, can definitely trade back. You've got the Gwen, who's also not easy to pick off. And it just feels like it's just going to be very difficult to play this game for Eclipse.
Yeah, Nocturne, if he tries to dive in on anyone, the Yone is just going to ult away. Maybe you get caught in it and you stop it from being able to get that distance. Ezreal's just going to E away. Gwen's just going to become untargetable. And then the Blitzcrank, yeah, you can target the Blitzcrank, but then you just use your ulti to kill a support. Xin Zhao will be able to fight you, even just you to knock you out of distance if he doesn't auto-attack you. So this Nocturne can only go onto one member. Unless this Ezreal plays so bad that he just uses his E randomly and has no flash. I think all they want to do is just a turtle shell and wait for late game. But even then, Eclipse is full AD, very low wave clear. How would you wait for late game with that comp?
Yeah, it's hard.
You put all this you pretty much first pick this Vayne, like going yes this is our win condition, and you go, and then you draft something that just doesn't complement it very well at all. Like you need the wave clear to get to that late game, as if you're going to lose the other game. But the way that the draft's set up, I think they might.
Yeah, it's looking really well. Yeah, as you said, that's a good point as well. That wave clear, that it's not great on either side, to be fair. But I think that the side of Among Us, they're okay with that kind of stuff. But when we look at Eclipse Fusion, they're gonna have to not fall too far behind. It's okay for them to fall a little bit behind as long as they can, continue the game on for a while and get this Vayne online. But even if this Vayne gets online, there's still a Yone, a Blitzcrank, you have a Xin Zhao, and a Gwen. All of these can be so terrifying for a Vayne to deal with. So even if this Vayne is going to be very strong, it still doesn't look, all said and done for Eclipse Fusion. So we're going to have to see a lot of great plays coming out from them if they want to try and win this game. Because, yeah, again, I'm trying to look for plus sides on their draft, and it's just very difficult to find them.
Yeah, I mean, Among Us have just drafted. They've got pick. They got team fight as well. It's crazy. Gwen's so confident. They've taken the Ghost into this lane. I mean, that is crazy to see. But yeah, the Blitzcrank, he can just do so many different things. Looking for these picks, I'd love to see if they attempt something that is an insane play, level 1. There's a very special ward where you can ward across into like a tri-bush, and you can hook them over as they're running past. I'm not sure if I'm talking about the right size here. I can't remember. But if you're a bot lane player, you know the ward I'm talking about. It's very hard to do. You have to stand in a very special place. But if you do hit that, that's a dead Vayne straight away. Like it's a crazy wall to hit, and it's a free hook if you can.
Well, we'll see if that is a free hook he can find as we do get ourselves into the second game of today. It's going to be Among Us once again, this time on the blue side, facing Eclipse Fusion on the red side. Among Us already 1-0 ahead, looking very, very dominant, to say the very least, in their last game. Whereas now, Eclipse Fusion, they are looking to try and get themselves this tie at the very least. However, with the comp that they have picked, does not look too likely. But I think the biggest question is, as we were talking about just before, are we going to see a Blitzcrank invade?
Oh, it looks like it. It does look like it. Look at this path in. Oh, but Bromy is strong level 1. They are setting up for it.
Yeah, and I like the wards. Look at the wards placed here by the side of Eclipse Fusion. They are going to see this coming. And the side of Among Us have no clue. This could be bad.
Oh, but is he going to hook over the wall from here? He should hook into the bush from here.
Oh, no. Oh, it's going to happen. He's going to walk in. They're all ready for this fight. This could be trouble. That is the Blitz called out. There comes the flash, but a lot of damage from Battle. A big stun from the Aurelia. First blood to the Vayne. Second blood to the Braum. Now Seven's in trouble. It's another kill for the Nocturne. And well, if there was any way for Eclipse Fusion to win this game, this is the start they were looking for.
That's one way. That's one way to get rid of everything that we were talking about beforehand. I feel like that was just taking the mick a little bit too far. But you know, it's a Blitzcrank. You know, there's probably an invade. But into Braum, you know that he's one of the strongest champs level 1. They're really getting that massive stun. It's gonna hurt her slightly in lane, taking that E first. But overall, you got 3 kills. Yeah, they're a bit spread out. One of them is on the Braum, but that's a massive gold lead to start off the game with.
That is fantastic. And yeah, as you said, one on the Braum, not too great, but you got one on the Vayne, you got one on the Nocturne. That is very, very important because these are going to be the playmakers of this team. The Vayne is their late game hope, their late game carry, and the Nocturne needs to get them through this difficult early game that has been made a little less difficult now. Though the junglers have started once again on both sides, so Fautomakala not going to meet Seth in this jungle. I think that's definitely good for the Nocturne, of course.
For sure, for sure. I think Zin needs to path down to this bot side, really just take care of this Vayne early, get this Ezreal back into the game, but we've seen Eric really getting aggressive in this mid lane.
Yeah, Runa looking for some trades here on Barolzi. Despite this early game unfortunate start, doing a lot of damage already, but now took a tower shot and it actually ends up being in a really good trade here for Barolzi. So lots of back and forth in this mid lane, kind of what we expected when you see these 2 champs being picked. And in the top lane, of course, on the other hand, not really so much that the Gwen can do early on to, of course, this Kench. As a good stun has been landed by Runa. Is he going to look for the engage? Seth is here right now. He's actually going to go in, but doesn't have enough damage. It's a kill for the Xin Zhao. Nocturne is here to try and turn the things around. Has a lot of damage. The flash is there. Is he going to be able to find a kill, though? Surely on the Yone. That's going to be a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, Yone just using that E instead of using that flash. Hey, buddy, you have to go back to the same place you crossed it, so... something you don't like to see, but TP coming through back into the wave, I guess that is a positive trade for the Yone, because he can get back to that lane, he can get that CS, he really has to walk there, so losing out a little bit.
Yeah, losing out a little bit, though, of course, it is lost out on the teleport, so a lot of damage being taken in the top lane. Moons could have looked for something there, but not able to really get anywhere near. But this does mean we got a 2-0 and 2 Nocturne, 3.5 minutes in, looking very, very strong. And I think it was a really, really good counter gank. If it was a little bit earlier and, you know, was a little bit less aggressively played from Runa, could have been even better. But looking pretty good here from Eclipse Fusion in this start of this game.
Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping Among Us can conquer this gold lead that Eclipse has gathered. And yes, that is a pun based on the fact that everyone on Among Us is playing Conqueror.
Yeah. It's actually mad.
Terrible.
Everyone, basically, except for the Blitzcrank, I guess, but supports don't count, right?
He ruined it. He ruined
yeah. Supports don't count, Kappa. It's okay.
Why you complaining about that?
oh yeah, you're a support main. That's definitely not why I said that, no. But we do see a bit of trading as well in this bot lane. This dragon is going to be up soon once again. Infernal as the first dragon, as Runa now. Looking for a trade in this mid lane, of course. Aurelia very strong in this early game. Actually, it's going to be trouble here for Yone. It does have the flash ready. Is he going to be able to use it, though? Has used it to get away. So Runa, very, very strong in this mid lane.
Yeah, just being up that 300 gold, getting that dagger early on, just is really unlocked there, and getting these early trades off, getting those extra auto attacks to proc that Conqueror earlier, allows it to take more aggressive trades, heal more during them. Blitzcrank goes wide though.
Ooh, yeah, we talked about how we wanted to see some crazy Blitzcrank plays. Haven't seen them yet. Well, we've seen one crazy play, but that was walking into the enemy bush, and that wasn't really crazy for the Blitzcrank. It was more crazy for Eclipse Fusion. So we'll see if we're going to see anything crazy for Blitzcrank happen. The dragon has come up. Both the junglers looking to path towards that bot side right now, as good stun by Runa. Not going to look to go in, however, but look at both these junglers. This is kind of a deja vu from what we saw last time. The pushed in wave for the side of Eclipse Fusion could be a potential gank.
Definitely. They're setting up for it. Yone's going to go aggressive.
Yeah, he's going to go aggressive. There it is, but he doesn't have the Hellbot to work with, as now Seth is in trouble. Does not have the flash ready. Gets the knockup, but gets rooted up as well. You are dead. It's the killing spree for the Nocturne. Is in the bot lane. Good flash from Blitzcrank to get himself out of trouble's way, but look at this. Here comes the collapse. 4 people coming for the robot. Big man robot is not going to be able to walk away from this one. Has a lot of movement speed though, but he just gets feared at the end. Runa with the flash. Actually, it's going to be the flash for Nocturne, but Runa picks that one up. This dragon is going to go over to Eclipse Fusion as well, and they get themselves a very significant lead.
Yeah, the Braum Q there coming through clutch, just slowing him down enough just so he can't get that blast going over. But crazy, this Vayne winning this lane so heavily just because of that invade, surely. And now they got to drag it up. They're sitting about 2k up. I feel like that invade might have been the doom for Among Us here.
It might have really been, and Among Us, of course, they are the second place team. They really need to get themselves this win to, secure themselves that spot. But Eclipse Fusion, this could be a really big win for them if they can find it. And, you can have the worst comp you can ever think of, but if you get such an early game lead, sometimes it could become too much for the opposing team. But we'll see if Among Us can turn this one around. Of course, they have a lot of scaling on their side. This Gwen is having a good time here in this top side as well. So there are, of course, tools for them to turn this back around. You have that Blitzcrank as well. Can't just turn around a team fight with literally the grab. But now, though, he's looking in the mid lane to turn things around as Runa might be in a little bit of trouble. Ionia still stands, but might not stand for long as she gets found airborne. The Ignite is there, but here comes the jungler. She's actually going to live, and Fautomakula is turning things around. Can he find the kill, though? He gets knocked up, and he might be trading his own life for things, but it is only really the Blitzcrank who can fight. It looked like an AFK Yoni there for a second. It's a rampage for the Nocturne, as in the top lane. There goes the Kench getting blown up by Seth. Is going to survive this third shot, and an interesting trade. I don't know exactly what happened there, but we don't see a pause, so it might just be a safe killer in the mid lane.
That had to be a DC. That or he was trolling.
Right?
I'm sorry, but that was crazy. Just standing still there, like, yeah, he stopped auto attacking, and surely it was a DC there. Unfortunate thing to see.
But
they could have traded that back quite easily there. I'm sure. Obviously, they're not coming in clutch, but.
But like, what's just he was standing still in base for a little bit as well. What's just a bit beyond me is that they have the ability to pause if there is a DC, but not coming out. So maybe out of respect from the side of Among Us that they decide, hey, let's not pause in the middle of a fight, of course. But yeah, that was another kill. 0-3 right now on Borosi, who had a pentakill last game. This is a completely different game for him right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's terrible to see that the DC has still got me a bit worried. I mean, that could happen again at any time. But yeah, I guess with that dive in the top side again, just maybe they were all just too busy to pause. But they did get that
well. I'm certain that wasn't a DC. That was just a solo kill here from Runa. I mean, yeah, this Aurelia is so far ahead right now. 15 CS, going to get herself some third plates as well for completely free. It's really rough here for Among Us. They're kind of starting to fall apart. And yes, you have perhaps the better composition, at least according to us, but you can't just play like this. You can have the best comp in the world, but playing like this is not going to get you ahead. As now, Fautomakula is in the bot lane. The flash comes in from the Braum, and now they're just getting absolutely blown up. Unstoppable on the Nocturne. They're getting kills left, right, and center. And just like that, maybe in the top lane, though, could be a bit of trouble as Best Viego ever goes for an engage here on the Kench. Not finding a lot, however, but yeah, great plays there from Eclipse, and Among Us just they cannot really respond.
Yeah, it's crazy. Last game we saw an even mid lane. This game, quite the opposite. I mean, Eclipse have shown up to play this time round, and I mean this mid jungle synergy really shining through this time round, and really showing up the side of Among Us.
Yeah, I really like it, and maybe it was a bit of a mental boom that early invade, of course, because. I mean, I know in my solo queue games, when an invade like that happens, 3 people at the very least will call FF. As now, we might see a trade in the mid lane. Runa, though, is going to be able to walk away from that safely. I mean, just Berserker's Grease on this Yone. It's just not enough. And I feel like I don't really know how at least Yone is going to be able to come back from this, because what to me seems to be the play here for Among Us is play around the top side, get that Gwen really fed, because the other lanes... it's just not working.
Yeah, I think the only way back into it is the Yasuo power spike that we all know and love. The 0-10 power spike, you gotta go for it.
Oh, beautiful hook there by the Blitzcrank. Is it going to be enough damage to take down the Braum? The ultimate is there to take down the shield. Sash, though, starting back. Is a good ultimate from AD carry Diff, but it is going to be a double kill, a 2-for-1 here for the bot lane of Among Us. And, well, that's the way to get back into this game.
Yeah, that's the power of the Blitzcrank. See, just getting a hook can really change this lane, and I think that is going to be their way back into this. Just looking for those Blitzcrank hooks on the right members. Blitzcrank can always upset a game, no matter how much the gold lead is or not in your favor.
Yeah.
He can impact these. So yeah, I'm happy to see the Vayne going forward to try and get a kill on the backside of that. But I think she was dead either way to the Ezreal. So making the most of it, getting the kill back.
Yeah, and I think that's quite nice, of course, because a kill on Vayne is always important. As yeah, out to Makla now was maybe looking here, but there is this Dragon up, of course. They already have one in their pockets. This one looks like it's going to be uncontested as well. As Xin Zhao is on the top side, and Moons might have to recognize this. There is the Herald being placed, so yep, has to just back off, but might not have anywhere to run. Gwen is quite far away from him. I don't think Seth is going to have enough damage to take him down, so I reckon the Kench is going to be fine here. Yeah, you can see he's just eating some Doritos. It's going to be completely fine, but the top lane is in a lot of trouble. As we now see Runa is getting hooked up by the Blitzcrank. It's going to be a 2v1. Good flash, though, but it's going to get flashed right upon back. It's going to take the kill, maybe. On the support is going to fight it. It's a shutdown, but it's the 1-for-1 as the fight continues. Makla goes in with the paranoia. It's going to have enough damage to take him down. So much damage on the Yone. He is so incredibly strong, but not strong enough to take down the Gwen. It's a shutdown, and Cisse is not going to be able to do anything. 2 kills to the Gwen.
So close there. That could have turned very much in either way. I think they knocked an auto attack the wrong person just once there to stop the stun from being able to go through on the Xin Zhao getting those kills. But honestly, great run up by the Braum to be able to be there for that play. Blitzcrank getting the great hook. They'd go down to the Ignite, but overall, I mean, if you're Among Us, I think you take that quite heavily. You get the shutdown on 2 massive shutdowns on the members. And you get the Braum and all you lose is what? 2 members, the Yone and the Blitzcrank. I think that's completely fine.
Those are the like 0-5 characters as well, so
yeah, that's fine. You know, that 0-5 synergy you're about to shine through here. Getting that earlier, but I wonder what this pause is for here. We have no idea. I can't see anything in chat, so just some question marks. So unknown.
A little bit of a pause. We're not sure really what is going on here. I mean, we did see, of course, Barolzi lagging a little bit, or well, it seemed very obvious that he was stuck.
We hope.
Right? I imagine that was the case. So I also imagine that the pause might be for that sake. But yeah, good point, of course, that Among Us has come back. And if you look at the gold differential, in fact, they're in a lead right now, of course. They just got themselves those plates in the top lane. They got themselves these massive shutdowns, and they are suddenly in the lead. And all that was looking so great for them for the side of Eclipse Fusion back in the early game, it's not looking that great right now because this Ezreal is incredibly fed, this Gwen is incredibly fed, and yes, you will have a very strong Nocturne, but the question is it going to be enough?
Well, I don't think it will. This Nocturne's going to be jumping into the backline. Like we said before, he's not going to be able to get onto the edge. He's not going to be able to get on the Gwen, and they're the 2 strongest members. What this Zin's done he's taken the Herald, been able to take it topside, get these plates back on the Gwen like we saw in the first game. The best ever Viego. He's been in the carry position last game, and he's in it again. He's so far up on the Tahm Kench. Got those 3 kills. I'm sure. How much gold is he up? 3k up already. 3k. The Tahm Kench is sitting at 3.5k. He's sitting at 6.5k. You know, that is crazy at this point. And, you know, you can see it in his items. He's completed his full Rift Maker, so he's going to shred through this Tahm Kench now very easily. So, honestly, I think I'm happy that this has sort of gone back to Among Us here, because I did say that Eclipse's comp was unplayable, and though that invade went badly, they are coming back into this.
I think after all these fights, they just felt bad for the casters. They realized, like, hey, they made this comp sound so bad, and it's just hard winning. But right now, it's definitely turned around a little bit. And what we were talking about before in the draft is kind of starting to show through right now, right? Because, again, yes, you have this Vayne for the late game. And Vayne is not necessarily too far behind. In fact, Vayne is also asking what is happening right now, which we still do not know. We have no intel as of yet. So hopefully this boss is going to be sorted very soon.
Is it a Fnatic pause?
Oh boy,
ones for tilts?
Would it be? Oh no, would it be a Fnatic pause? Well, we didn't see a pause in the first game. I'm certain at least that the pause is from the side of Among Us, which we kind of expected after what we saw happen to Barolzi, of course. But yeah, we're again not too sure. Maybe it's an AFK. But we finally have some intel. Looks like, yep, it is a technical problem with the internet for Yone. as we expected. He is working on a fix right now, so hopefully this won't take too long, so we don't have to wait too long here. But let's talk a little bit more about the winning conditions then. Go for it.
Well, I was gonna say, if your Yone is 1-5, and you go for these pauses, I personally, if I was the Yone player, I'd claim technical difficulties as well. You know, when you're that far behind. But honestly, due to the fact we actually saw him freeze, I completely believe it. That could have been a winning fight for them there, and it could have changed the outcome of what we've seen so far. But either way, I mean, Among Us back in this game, I think really that they're in control of this at this point. Yes, they don't have the massive mid laner like the Aurelia, but this Gwen is gonna shred through them no matter what. That true damage does go through. And yes, you've all got those steel-plated caps, the ninja tabbies, but they're just gonna get shredded through by a Gwen because it doesn't make a difference to her. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure that we're gonna see Eclipse maybe pick up a few more kills. Maybe the Vayne pops off late game, but if that Vayne's true damage doesn't shine through, you're a full AD comp. They're just gonna build armor, and then the only person who can do damage is this Vayne.
Yep, it just it looks rough, and that's kind of actually a great leeway to the point I was going to make is, what are the winning conditions here? At least for the side of Eclipse Fusion, we know that Among Us, you know, they've got a fed Ezreal, they've got a fed Gwen. That's great winning conditions. The money for the side of Eclipse Fusion, rather, is on that Nocturne and on the Aurelia. They are both, respectively, 1,000 gold ahead of their opponents, and I don't think that is enough to really make a big difference here, but it's... You know, the Vayne, sure, is strong, is a little bit behind the Ezreal, but is still, of course, relatively strong. What is really the winning condition here for Eclipse Fusion? Are they really going to have to rely on perhaps Runa and Fautomakala to make some crazy play with this combination, or is it really going to be prey for the late game?
I think they've just got to play around this Aurelia. Honestly, he's doing so much work in this mid lane against this Yone, but that Yone did just pick up a massive shutdown. I believe he picked up the Nocturne shutdown here. Oh, I muted myself, sorry. Which is really, really, like, brought him back into the game. As you said, he's only 1k down. Yes, I know it's still early and that is a lot of gold, but he's brought himself back into this game to a point where he will probably be able to afford his item here. So, that is, I mean, if you don't know Yone, he can be ridiculously strong out of nowhere. So we might see the turning point here. I'm going to see this Nocturne really fail to hit these targets as the game goes on and on, because as the game goes on and on, he's going to be diving into people who are going to be just as strong as him, and that they all have escapes. So he's just going to have to, like we saw earlier when he was chasing I believe it was the Yone. He flashed to get the fear through after the Yone, just so he has to do that. But if he didn't have flash, how is he going to get onto this Ezreal? Because he needs 2 flashes to be able to get onto the Ezreal, and he only has 1. Unless there's a game bug I don't know about, I don't see how he gets onto that.
Yeah, it just looks really, really rough. And again, maybe you're going to have to then rely on mistakes from the side of Among Us, right? Maybe AD carry then goes for some crazy arcane shift and then ends up being punished for it. That is a possibility that you can see. But he also, on top of that, by the way, has the exhaust. So it's just so difficult for the side of Eclipse Fusion to really get on him. And yes, you have a fed Aurelia as well, but Aurelia has the same problem. I mean, her stuns are pretty simple to dodge for a champion like Ezreal. So this Ezreal really going to be a difficult menace for the side of Eclipse Fusion to try and deal with. So we'll see how they're going to be able to do that now. This pause is taking quite a while. I'm not sure exactly what the rules on this were. It's been a while since I've been here on CE, of course, but hopefully Among Us get this fixed soon, because normally we don't really have these long kinds of pauses. So we'll see what's going to happen.
Someone in chat saying about how, like, with the map positioning the way it is, if they do unpause now, there's a high chance of the teams being able to tune into the stream and see exactly where everyone's positioned. I do somewhat
That's a
agree
good point, yeah.
But,
yeah, that's actually a good point, yeah.
I think that's just a problem with long pauses. I guess there's nothing we can do to stop that. If we do see someone beam towards someone now, I guess we know that they're cheating.
Yeah, I think Jason might be AFK. That's why he's not panning to the cameras. That's why I'm thinking. So that is probably what is happening. So yeah, again,
Wait, what?
It's a bit unfortunate, but oh no, I think he might be here. But yeah, I think we should probably pan to the cameras. I reckon.
Sure.
That'd probably be.
I heard my name. I was like, wait, what?
It's okay. It's okay.
There you go.
So yeah, here we are back to something that is much greater to look at. Of course, I'm talking about that side. But yes, a pretty long pause here. We saw Yone lag. Hopefully, he'll find it back, but hopefully, he'll also find back some good gameplay because man, he's been looking rough in this game.
Yeah, honestly, he has hit the 05 power spike, but you know that the 010 power spike is much stronger, and he's ruined that by getting a kill now. So we'll see how that works out. But I think that they still have the Blitzcrank. They still have that massive play potential in that. As long as they set up for these objectives, you know, we are sort of saying that Eclipse doesn't really have a massive win condition here, but they are 2 Drakes up. So if we see Among Us turn up first, play for picks with this Blitzcrank, I think they can't just walk. They just can't walk in. And even then, if they're sitting on the Drake, the Blitzcrank could just get a miracle hook over the wall onto the Nocturne if he can't get that spell shield up fast enough, and bring him over to them, kill him, and go back over to get the Drake. So it's going to be a hard game for him to play out at this point.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we expected, right? I mean, when these drafts were drafted, the first thing that we thought was this is going to be very difficult for Eclipse to play out. So it's exactly what we're seeing right now. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can kind of continue their early game because they had a really strong start. Yes, they might not be in the lead, but they still have a 6-1-3 Nocturne. They have a 3-2-6 Aurelia, who is 1,000 gold ahead of his opposing mid laner. They have the 2-1-3 Vayne. The winning conditions are definitely there. The question is just, can they really find something with it? Because it's just, we've talked about it before, it's just so difficult to really get onto the side of Among Us. And the more I look at it and the more we talk about it, the more like impossible almost it starts becoming for me. Like it's so difficult to really see a clear winning condition here for the side of Eclipse Fusion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you draft full AD, it's always going to be a hard game. I don't care if you've got the true damage on the Vayne, really. It's going to be hard. And they did what they needed to do, right? They got ahead early to try and end it fast, but then they just leaked gold across the map, right? Their Vayne got the 2 kills early. Yeah, she got a couple of assists after that, but then the Ezreal Blitzcrank landed a great hook, traded it back, and now they're pretty much even in that bot lane, if not more Ezreal favored. Yeah, Ezreal sitting 400 more gold up on this Vayne, and this Vayne was in probably the best position they could have been going into that lane. So honestly, I don't know where you go from Eclipse here. I don't know if you just go for maybe you wait till 20 minutes to try and sneak a Baron with the Vayne damage. Just go for it. Why not? And hope that you can end the game off with a push. But it's looking scary.
Yep, scary it definitely is. And you know, coming back to that bot lane a little bit more, because yes, the Ezreal is ahead, but the worst part I think of it is the fact that if an Ezreal doesn't want to fight, he can choose to not fight, right? Like he has the ability to just jump away and say like, hey, we're not going to deal with this. If he wants to fight, he can also choose to fight. So it's really not on Sash on this Vayne to decide whether they're going to be able to fight. So I think that is the most difficult part here for the side of Eclipse Fusion. Even if they want to fight, it's not like they really can. And then you still have this Blitzcrank on the other side. And Eclipse Fusion, you might think, oh, maybe if they can look for some kind of crazy pick, they can turn this around or make it a 4v5 fight or something. But they are the one with the Braum, not the Blitzcrank. And a Blitzcrank is exactly what you would want to pick someone off and to, you know, make the team fight rather unfair. And the fact that Among Us also have that power in their arsenal, it just feels like Eclipse Fusion almost have nothing left.
We are getting word that it could be 1 or 2 minutes longer, but this is getting close to the 15-minute pause. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if the rules are 15 minutes each, but if it is, we're pretty close.
Technically, it's 10 minutes per team, but we are being a bit lenient today.
Okay.
But yeah, because we don't go over 20 minutes break, because that would be horrible and delay us too much for the future games, which will start in 12 minutes. Therefore, yeah, 10 minutes per team is maximum. We are being, like I said, a bit lenient. We'll go to 15. That's the maximum we do. Then we have a forfeit on our hands.
Yeah, I was going to say,
well,
we are coming up close to our next scheduled game, so hopefully this game is probably going to go on longer than 10 minutes, so we'll be getting it close to the next one. Maybe we won't be able to get a break, but it's going to be putting it.
We'll see how it's going to do. If we don't get a break, we'll just kill our voices. That doesn't matter. You know what? Like, we're casters, we can do that. No, but I think,
I'm calling my union.
Yeah. I think the most important part is whether this pause is going to go through or not. It is 1.5 minutes left until the timer is up for them, until that there is going to be a forfeit. And, you know, that would mean a very important win, actually, for Eclipse Fusion, because we talked about it. We've been looking at this composition and about the game state, and it looks like Eclipse Fusion, they're probably not, you know, the most favored, to say it in a very nice way. But we do get the unpause here. It is going to continue. Let's get right back onto the game screen and into this game. We might have a moment of lag. That is because of the client. It might happen afterwards. We're not too sure about it yet. Here it is. So this always happens. Do not worry. This always happens after a long pause. This could take a tiny little bit. Usually not too long. But we're going to get ourselves back into the game. And let's talk a little bit about the game state, of course. Because so far, so good for both these teams. They're playing it rather safe. We see Vayne fighting it out in the mid lane against best Viego ever. It just seems like they're trying to get some solo CS here for Sash because they know how important it is to get this Vayne ahead. But in the meanwhile, the plating is in the bot lane are going to be free here for the Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a minute left on plating, so the Ezreal's just picking up that extra plate, getting even more ahead. It's nearly 20 CS advantage. This Aurelia can't really match them here unless he goes for the all-in and lands that stun, but obviously so much harder on this Ezreal to land.
Yep, yeah, we talked about it, right? Not only is the Nocturne going to have difficulties getting this Ezreal, Aurelia, same thing. It's a very straightforward stun that she has, of course, and, well, her ultimate, you have some time to react to it. So, all in all, pretty difficult for her to deal with that Ezreal unless she can hit one of those stuns. But it looks like they're actually going to leave the Aurelia alone now. They're looking more towards this mid lane, and in fact, Blitzcrank, you would say might be in trouble, but Braum is going to be the one hooked up right now. Cissé taking so much damage, uses that ultimate to try and get away. Flashes over, but it's not going to be enough. Blitzcrank tries to run away with his life, as Sash could be in trouble now, but gets the kill on the Xin Zhao. Could get another one. Double kill for the Vayne. There could be a triple looking as Best Viego ever is trading right now with the Aurelia. Is it going to be enough, though? Yone tries to get some situation salvaged, but he's not going to find it. It's another kill there, but in the backline, 2 kills go over to that Gwen. It really is the Gwen versus Vayne show. And it ends up, though, being a one fight for Eclipse Fusion.
Yeah, that fight splitting up into 2 different fights very, very quickly, and the Gwen showing up on the backside of it, being able to get those kills back. Maybe the Aurelia could have ulted. I don't know if she had it up, and maybe I'm wrong. But the Vayne showing up on the other side, condemning the Xin Zhao off of her to stop the knockup going through. Very well played.
Very well played indeed, but the gold lead's still favored here for Among Us. However, you got the kills on the important member. The Vayne is looking very, very strong now, but so is the Gwen. And again, just looking at the comms, that is a wide hook right there by the Blitzcrank. Not going to be able to hit it. When you look at the comms, it still looks easier to play for the side of Among Us. And, well, the teams are still sitting around the mid lane, perhaps looking for another fight. But look at the damage from Sash. He might be in trouble, though. He actually gets silenced. Could this be trouble, though? The Blitzcrank is trying to run away. He's going to be able to do so. Gets a hook on the Kench, the target you didn't really want. He's going to get the kill, but now in the backline, it's Steph getting the kill on the support as well. But a solo kill happened in the other lane as well, as now, once again, Vayne gets the kill. It's a 2 for 2 so far. You're not going to have enough, though, to take down the Ezreal. The flash comes down, but the Paranoia is there as well. Without the flash, it's going to be an easy kill. It's a lot of kills back and forth, but it's a 4 for 3 for Among Us. But look at the side lanes.
Yone and Gwen weren't even there for that play. That was literally just Eclipse just going, hey, we'll fight you. But most of them weren't even there. Yes, it was a 3 for 3 mainly, but the Nocturne came in, clears up the kill.
Well, and he's doing the exact same right here as Barolzi is being cleaned up. 1 and 7 on the Yone, but I feel like he's just going to be a split push bot at this point. That's what it seems to be that they put his job into. So, yeah, they get themselves a kill. That's great for Eclipse Fusion, but they lost themselves a top lane turret. They lost themselves a bot lane turret. They lost themselves a lot of CS and experience. Among Us definitely came out on top strongly there.
It must have been massive, right? And even then, yes, the Nocturne did kill the Yone, but the Yone crashed a triple stacked wave in that top side, and the Nocturne didn't go to pick it up. He decided to go for a normal camp instead. Yes, the Vayne picked up a couple, but I think at that point it had already dropped just to 1 wave, so they missed it on 2 waves there as well, just from that Nocturne getting that trade kill.
And that now also means that their other winning condition, the Dragon, could be troublesome to get. They are grouping up for it. They know this is going to get them to Soul Point. They really want to go for this. But now, best Viego ever. There's a hook in the backline, actually. Going to find the Runa. And is it going to be enough for the kill? No, the block is there. But look at the damage in the backline. Gwen is doing so much, but it gets shut down. This could be the fight that Eclipse are looking for. But they have no health bars. They're getting blown up by the side of Among Us. There is nothing that they can do. Vayne has been destroyed as well. And it's only Kench alive. This Dragon is going to be free, and Among Us destroy Eclipse Fusion. They are looking for Moons of Gorgas as well. Can they find the final kill? No, they're not going to be able to go for that dive, but a great play from Among Us to get themselves this win. Actually, they are going to go for it. They find the hook, but do they have enough damage? Actually, Moose is trying to turn this one around, and he's able to do so. Gets the shutdown. Now going for the Blitzcrank. Can he hit the Tongue Lash? He is hitting it on the Yone. You might actually fancy this 2v1, to be honest. I think Akench can definitely go for that. Is he going to look for the edge? Yes, yes. The flash lick is there. Is he going to be able to find it, though? He's so tunnel vision, but it's going to work. Yone, though, does not have enough damage to try and turn this around. Gets stunned as well. Is this going to be a solo triple kill for the Tom Kench? I'm losing my voice because this is way too long of a team fight. He is going to find it. Moons of Gorgas turns things around.
It's a solo bolo. Oh my god, what? How did he get that then? That was utter disrespect there from Among Us. Yes, you're back in this game, but what? Like, it's a Tom Kench. Like, you know he's strong. Respect him slightly. I know he's been far behind this game, but even then, it's a Kench. Like, oh, it's crazy to see there.
But, you know, it's all great and it's all good fun, but we got to think about the realistic portion here, because yes, you got 3 kills, but it's 3 kills on the Kench. And that is not necessarily what you want to be looking for, of course, here on the side of Eclipse Fusion. Yes, you're going to have a very, very tanky Kench, and perhaps you can turn around those team fights, but we saw what happened in the last team fight. Among Us, they just have too much damage for the side of Eclipse Fusion to deal with, and a Kench, you know, can't defend his entire team.
Yeah, I mean, in the last fight, you saw what happened, right? The Blitzcrank hit the hook on the Aurelia. They pretty much just bursted, put Dana down to about 200 HP. And then after that, then it was just a matter of, oh yeah, we'll just dive on the Vayne, leave the Nocturne alone in the backline. Yeah, he does damage, but he's not the carry here. You just jump onto the Vayne. All of a sudden, then your 2 biggest characters, the Vayne and the Aurelia, are out of the fight. And then Nocturne's just there like, yes, I feared their backline, but you know the Ezreal has so many get-outs, so he just got away with nothing.
Yeah, and I think, despite the fact that they got that catch on, of course, well, actually, we're going to see a fight now. Stop me from talking. Fautomakla now is on the Yone. That's going to be an easy kill pick up here. It is so far. Ooh. Oh, a good knock up here on Moons, but it is a very tanky Kench. But is he going to be tanky enough? He might not be. The Gwen is trying to follow him up. Sisay gets hooked in. It's going to be 2 kills surely here. A shutdown for the side of Among Us. And now Runa might be in trouble here, facing this Gwen. Fautomakla, though, is here to try and turn things around, but look at the damage. Best Viego ever is looking for a potential dive here. Will get feared, but it is 3 kills for Among Us, just for the 1 for Eclipse Fusion, and they might be looking towards this Baron.
I mean, great pick there onto the Tom Kench. The Xin Zhao knockup from him straight to it. I think there was a slight misplay there by the Blitzcrank. He didn't use his ulti to get rid of the shields. They had to burst the shield as well. That Tom Kench could have been bursted about twice as fast there, so overall, still a great play for them, but you could have killed him faster and moved here earlier, so still good to see.
Definitely good to see from Among Us. They have turned this completely around. They are 6,500 gold ahead right now, but look at this. Fautomakla, though, could be looking for a smite steal. It is going to be very, very close. Does have the Paranoia up, and you can see they are waiting to burst it down. Paranoia not going to be popped yet. Are they going to do it now? They're going to have to do it really quickly. No, they're not going to do it in the end, and it will be the Baron picked up for Among Us.
Well, he was so tempted to go in for that then. You could see
yeah.
He was asking his team, oh, is it okay? Is it okay? But, you know, I think, personally, I think it was worth if he tried to go for it there. You're at that position now, you're down you were down 5k gold, 6k gold. You might as well go for it. And, you know, that is a lot of XP that could have been spread across your team if you did get it. So yeah, I mean, Among Us still, I think they just got to push one wave, group together, and they could just end this game very easily now.
Yeah, that might be what they're looking towards. I mean, they are splitting up, of course. It's classic. They have the 2 teleporters. They are going to be sent over towards those side lanes. As they're trying to remove a bit of vision in this jungle here, but it could be in trouble here. The hook is going to go wide, but They are pushing Eclipse Fusion completely away from their own jungle, which means this bot lane turret surely is going to fall very soon. And if you look at the top lane, you have the Viego as well. Sorry, the Yone, who is now also starting to push very strongly. Actually moving towards this mid lane, but just a lot of pressure here for the side of Among Us. As now, maybe they can find a catch on the Blitzcrank. Very unfortunate, not going to be able to do so, but here comes the knock-up. The flash is there from the Blitzcrank. Tries to hook, but it's not going to go wide. But look at the Gwen. It's going crazy here. Gets nommed up, though. It's going to be enough darkness in the backline. Is that going to be enough to try and get a kill? It will be the killing spree on the Kench. As in the backline, it is the Nocturne falling as well. It's just destruction. Among Us are way too strong. They're going for the dive, and they have the damage as well. Yes, you get the support, but you possibly lose the entire game. Among Us come out on top with the ace.
That has to be game here. And I mean, finally, right? I know it's only a 23-minute game here, but to our viewers, it must feel like a 38-minute game, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, honestly, great game. I can't even speak at this Gwen in this top side. Just really showing up. I mean,
Yeah.
best Viego ever, but I mean, on every pick that they showed today, they were just really dominating.
Yeah, I mean, right now it looked like best player ever. At least when it came to this series, had a fantastic series here in the top lane. Among Us get themselves the 2-0 victory once again, really solidifying their spot in the autumn split. Wow, spring split. I'm really stuck in the past here. It's been that long since I've casted here on CE, but great victory by Among Us. Very confident as well, because despite a very rough start, they managed to turn it around and push it into a win for themselves.
For sure. I mean, overall, just insanely well played by them. They had a rough early. Yes, okay, you went for the invade with the Blitzcrank and it didn't work out very well. That is expected. You know, you're invading into a Braum. It never really goes well. Braum probably the strongest level 1 champion in the game, right? But yeah, they're able to recover that gold lead that they were about 2k down early, and they were able to recover that and come out with a surprise. Like, I mean, they recovered that so fast. About 10 minutes, they got that gold lead wiped away, and it was so surprising. It just shows how good Among Us macro is and how good they are in certain lanes dominating. You know?
Yeah, definitely true. And well, we're gonna have a bit of a talk about who do we think. I don't know if we're gonna do the vote still, but who do we think? At least we can talk about it. The MVP was off the side of Among Us, of course. We're going to be talking about the winning team. That makes a lot more sense. And, well, to me, based on the first game and the second game, it to me has to be best Viego ever, right? I mean, twice now has he crushed that top lane, getting solo kill after solo kill, first on the set, now on that Gwen. And honestly, his team fighting was immaculate in this game. Sure, you know, died in loads of those team fights in like a 1v4 situation, but the amount of pressure that he absorbed was just immaculate, really.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was the best in both games, right? He got that. He pushed his solo advantage so far that in both games he was up twice as much gold as his opponent. That is crazy. You know, in this game we're talking like early on he was 3k up.
Yeah.
And in the last game, he was 5k up. I mean, that is a crazy amount of gold to be up in this game. And you've got to bear in mind that is in pro level, that would be considered like a team advantage having that much gold up, let alone at this level, you know?
Yeah.
Like even if it was just him with that gold lead, it's crazy for their team. So really showing up in this game, massive. I believe they had a sub in as well. Was they the team that had a sub? Either way, that they showed up and worked really well. I will say, don't feel so bad for the UNA in this game. He did hit that 0-10 power spike, and
he did hit it. Unfortunately, didn't get to use it. That was the unfortunate part, right? Just as he hit it, the game was over. If only the game could have gone for a little bit longer, then we would have seen the UNA pop off. But sadly, that is not the case.
Yeah,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think, that will conclude us with... Hey, wait, do you hear this noise as well, by the way?
I'm hearing no noise.
Yeah, Toki, your microphone is picking up some, like, static. I just...
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I
Like,
don't
constantly
know. Oh, yeah, I can
transmitting.
see it. I see that, yes.
I'll figure it out in a bit, but until then, ladies and gentlemen, we have our second series of the night coming right at you with a beautiful speed. It's going to be Rocket Core Gemini looking to take down Extreme Esports, but they might have to say one or two things about that in their draft and in their game. So let's go ahead and go check with the teams if they're ready for it. Obviously, no break whatsoever since we had a long break in between the games when it started, and then not in between, before the game started, and then in the second game. I'm just going to mute Toki for now because it's my ears. And as soon as he has it figured out, he can wave at the camera, I'll let him back in. But yeah, other than that, we have our beautiful game coming up in just a bit. And yeah, as already mentioned, I do hope that Rocket Core has good showing today. They have been proving to slowly but surely get a bit better. And Extreme Esports definitely will give it their all to keep that from happening. But until then, we'll have to wait and see what they pick and ban, because that is the more important part about it. Okay, Gizmo's already here. I'm just going to get Toki in. So, have you heard about any of these? Which game did you cast again last week? I forgot.
Method to Madness and the Bees I casted last week.
Yeah, I see.
It was a great series to watch. I mean, Bees picked out one of my favorite picks at the moment, Ashe support. Not really meta, but a bit of fun. Bit of fun. And honestly, there was some picks with that were just insane to see. I mean, there was a Ashe arrow across the whole map that hit them at Baron and just won them the game. So crazy.
Yeah, I just messed with. I got. I misread a bit what they said. Okay, they're not in draft order. I got a bit scared. I was like, oh god, they start with orders. No, they're in need of draft. My bad. Okay, but yeah, Method to Madness definitely is one of the teams that are a bit stronger, and we're looking forward to see them again. I mean, later this week, you might have a chance to cast them, as we talked about before. For now, it will be the Rocket Core Gemini team on the blue side, and on the red side, we will have the Extreme, I mean, it's the same thing. Esports on the red side, so...
One's more edgier, you know, one wins games just off the mental advantage.
Never mind. Vista. I'm making mistakes. Holy, okay. Blue draft. It's not today, boys. It's definitely Monday. You can feel it. You can definitely feel it. It's... Oof. But yeah, we shall get there. But yeah, how far are you enjoying your experience so far, and see when there is actually a game happening? Mr. Gizmo. I'm also going to let Toki back in, I think.
Oh, you couldn't hear him. He's been talking over you the whole time.
Oh!
Oh.
Wow. Yeah, I really did like the thumbs up. I thought you would have definitely. I think it's fixed.
My bad. Okay, you back now.
I think it's fixed, right?
Yeah, it's fixed for me at least.
Okay.
At least for now.
Cool.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I just put out my reach higher so that it's harder to hear me,
When
but
you
the
speak,
lower
it's still
sounds are
there,
muted.
so you might want to check if it's an actual. It's fine though when you speak.
Weird.
That's okay. It's just as long as there's no constant transmission.
Okay.
Just might check if that's like an actual surround noise, if that's coming from a cable or a broken something, just so we get that fixed for the future, so you don't have any issues. But other than that, we have our games on our hand, and let me go check. But I think we should be ready for it. Hey, you hear it now?
Ew. No, well, I'm hearing it. I listened to it on stream, and
Yeah.
the?
Like, I don't know where that's from. It's okay.
Oh, it's like a really annoying sound.
Yes, that's why I had to mute you. But until then, we'll be getting into the draft for now. So let's have a look at that beautiful thing. And yeah, hopefully you do enjoy our today's stream. Stoke's checking if it's behind him.
Dude, what?
Let's get into the draft, and have a look at it. So game 2 is on the way. Rocket Core on the blue side, Extreme on the red side, and Camille and Talion being the first bans for the series.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, we didn't really get to talk about this team, but we did a little bit of prep, at least for these two, because we did expect these two to come through as they did. Extreme Esports, the first thing I have to mention, they have a Riven player. I'm just saying, Extreme Esports, if you guys pick that Riven, you can hit me up on PayPal. I've got you guys covered. We'd love to see it, of course, but no. Let's get to the actual bans that we see right now. We do see the LeBlanc come through as well, and the Kiana, as the Yumi is being offered as well, will be banned. Makes sense, of course, since we do know Extreme Support likes to play those enchanters.
Or three mid laners and junglers banned out at the same time. Talon, Kiana, Echo. Talon jungle actually doing pretty well at the moment, if you haven't noticed, and as well as Kiana.
Right, yeah, sorry, I just reset my headset there, hoping that would work. I don't know if it does. I'm actually really confused. Actually, now I can't hear you, man. Oh,
Well,
I love the
I-
problems right now. Well, either way.
We weren't speaking, so
Oh,
it's
I can
fine.
hear you again. Okay, perfect. Well, I can hear you again. It's
just
fine.
when somebody asks,
This-
"Are you there? Can you hear me?" Never reply.
Yeah.
So, but,
It's the good meme.
hey, set first pick.
oh,
What do you think about that?
Yeah, Seth going to be the first pick here for Rocket Core Gemini. I mean, it's a great flex pick. Could go absolutely anywhere. We talked about it in the last game, of course. So we'll see where that is going to go. As, Amumu being hovered by Extreme, that could be the support of Amumu again.
Yeah, I do love to see a support of Mumu. I wonder if they'll take out the Trundle pick to counter it like we saw last time. Whoa, a Mumu MF. That is an insane combo.
Yeah.
Crazy damage. That really changed these team fights. Nuts.
Yeah, definitely. And not just the team fights. I mean, just in a 2v2 as well, you know, that level 6 can be devastating if you are on the receiving end of that. So, yeah, we'll see what Rocket Core are going to pick up against it. They, of course, got 2 picks from themselves right now. Could be the bot lane as well. Ezreal, I mean, would be one of those classic safe picks against the likes of the Amumu to get away from that bandage toss. Make sure you are not going to be absolutely blown up by the MF and Amumu. And we'll see what the support pick is going to be for that sense. But I think was actually most interesting is Extreme Esports. They really like picking those caster, the enchanter rather, supports. This is the exact opposite.
Yeah, I mean, if we look back at their games, they have more prior on the enchanted support. So I think there's a few Soraka games. Sort of expecting the Soraka with the buffs that came through recently, but an aggressive pick. Oh, the Trundle. Maybe they were listening in, hearing us talk about it. Maybe they watched the first game.
Yeah, they might have.
That'd be a crazy thing to see. Yeah.
It's definitely a good pick. We saw it literally work perfectly, of course. So we'll see if we can see it work this time around as well for Rocket Core Gemini. Of course, we didn't talk about it too much, but both these teams desperately looking for wins on the board, of course. Extreme Esports, yes, they have 3 wins, but 2 of those were forfeits. So they really need to try and get themselves, put themselves on the board here. Whereas Rocket Core, they are pretty low in the standings. They need to try and win here if they want to have a chance to get into those playoffs, as Kayn is going to be the jungle pick.
Yeah, I mean, Kayn, insane. Well, just a strong champion, can just one-shot anyone, really, whatever he feels like. But well, what can you say? Kayn going into walls. I wonder if there's going to be some funny interactions with the Trundle pillar, seeing if he can go inside the wall to keep him going and stuff like that. I wonder if he'll go. I think he'll most likely go Red Kayn here, just to get that knockup more preferred for team fighting. But yeah, it's great.
Yeah, you say that, though. I gotta say, mostly what I have seen, at least as of late, when it comes to Kayn, has really been the blue Kayns. But yeah, I think in general in pro play, it's always been the red Kayn that has been more prevalent, because obviously the fact that it's got the knock-up, it's just got the CC, it's much tankier, it's just sometimes impossible to kill if you're ahead, at least. So we'll see what it's going to be this time around as the next bans are coming through. Kokmar and Yone are being taken off the board, as well as Fiora being taken away from the side of Extreme Esports. That means still Riven a possibility, right?
Well, maybe, but that set could be just topside. If they did take it, they might have to take an AP jungler to recover that. It still could be Trundle jungle. We could have made a mistake here, but yeah, I wonder about this Kayn, whether or not he's going to go there is that build where you go blue Kayn, but you build it like red Kayn, so you heal for loads, go in for the gore drinker and stuff like that. It is a tankier approach. It is the most solo queue build, but I mean, hopefully we see. I would personally prefer the red Kayn. Aatrox hovered. This could be.
Oh, yeah, that could be very, very interesting to see. Kind of looks like Kayn as well. So we'll see if we're going to see 2 Kayns on that side. Aatrox is going to be locked in. Now, listen, I'm not going to do too much Riven talking here, but I'm going to do too much Riven talking here. Because Riven is actually a fantastic matchup into the Aatrox. So it'll be very interesting to see that if they want to pick it up Rocket Core, they could here. Unfortunately, though, it is the side of Extreme who tend to play that Riven mostly. As now Soraka is being hovered, of course. Recently got that buff that removes the Grievous Wounds from that ultimate. So pretty strong buff there for the Soraka. It's going to be locked in. Question is, though, what will the last pick be? And it will kind of determine whether this set is going to go top or mid, because with the Soraka, you'd have to imagine this Trundle is probably going to be the jungler.
Yeah, it could just be. I can't see where else it would go. Maybe topside. Yeah, no, it's definitely going into the jungle. So that Soroka pick really threw me off a bit slightly because I understand why it's a good pick at the moment, but into their comp, I'm not sure about it completely. Being able to put down the silence onto maybe the MF, I believe it will still cancel her ulti, but honestly, I don't think it's a great draft pick here, and the casting pick coming out here, that could be.
That could be big. I mean, he's looking towards it. Extreme have played it before. Are they going to do it again?
Is it going to be Victor?
No, it looks like they might be hovering Rise. I mean, again, like this is why you don't really talk about hovers because they could just be fooling around with us. But the Rise is going to be the pick here for the side of Extreme Esports in the mid lane. What do you think about that matchup with the Azir?
I mean, it's a common matchup you always see in pro play, right? It's a high low sort of common pick. Azir great into tanks and stuff like that, but there's not many tanks on Extreme to deal with. Rise is just going to hyperscale, and I think Rise is just going to be more useful in this game going forward.
That's fair enough, because now that we have the comps being picked, we might as well talk, of course, about the compositions themselves and the strengths and their weaknesses. So let's start off a little bit with this top lane. You got the Aatrox versing the Sett. Now, I do know that Riven is good in Aatrox. I don't really know exactly about the Sett. I do know that, of course, Aatrox early game trading isn't the strongest. Yes, has some, if he hits everything, can have some good trading, but I think at least it seems to me that Sett should be favored in it. What do you think about it?
I think it might be Sett-sided, or it's just a basic skill matchup, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's all about if the Aatrox can hit his sweet spots, then he's going to come out pretty well. But the Sett always has that W to trade back on.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite hard either way. But once that Aatrox hits that level 6, he gets that insane healing. I don't think the Sett can really compete with him much unless he has that lead, unless he has those items. I expect the Sett to probably get some help from this Trundle here. I'm not expecting many fights in this bot side against the Amumu MF side with the Trundle, but overall, I mean, I think I might prefer Extreme's draft in this game.
Yeah, and like, why exactly would you prefer it? Is it because of because they have, of course, when we look at this, fantastic team fight abilities. We already talked about this bot lane, how they are going to be fantastic when it comes to when the laning phase is over, of course. You have the Rise, who has some things that he can do, of course, with that Realm Warp, putting their team in or out of harm's way. What makes it that you really think like Extreme Esports are going to be, or like not necessarily our favorite, but are the composition that you'd rather want to play?
I just think they've got the most setup, right? You go to any lane there, and the Kayn should be able to get a gank off. Maybe not top side, but at least mid and bot lane, it should be just free ganks. The Rise can just always lock them down with his root. And then you go to bot side, you've got the Amumu who's got his new double stun. Crazy thing that they've invented, but Kayn's just going to be able to get his form. Should be able to get his form pretty early on. I wonder if he will be prioritizing that red Kayn or not. That'll probably tell us based on his path in. If he does, he'll probably want to path more to the top side to get that early red Kayn. If not, he'll be going to the bot side to get the blue Kayn as soon as possible. But even if he does go blue Kayn and goes for that one-shot build, he might not be useful in these team fights, but the rest of his team are absolute monsters in those team fights.
They definitely are. And it just does seem like that Extreme, they do kind of need to get like one of those big plays, to get one of those big lockouts. But because you have a Soraka, of course, on the side of Rocket Core. And I feel like when it comes to short trades of both these teams, when you have the Azir with the poke, when you have the Ezreal, when it comes to short trades, I think Rocket Core definitely look better there, right? Like, they don't want to go for those big straight-up team fights, but if they are short and, they can heal all the way up, Extreme might be in trouble since they don't have any heals.
For sure. Rocket just want to poke, get their heals back up, go back in until they can get to a point where they feel comfortable winning the all-in. But if you look at Extreme, like, their team, they got they got quite heavy lifestealers, right? Rise will probably go Ravenous Hunter, so he'll get a lot of healing through that. Aatrox's ulti is infamous for his amount of healing. Kayn obviously can just go inside one and come out ridiculously healthy. Amumu, while he's just a massive shield that he can just take so much damage. He's like his passive just works pretty much exactly the same as Rumble, where he just becomes ridiculously tanky and just can one-shot someone. So yeah, I think the only real squishy person that'll suffer from this poke will probably be this MF. So but she's going to be playing back anyway. She's going to be looking to be hiding behind walls to get the perfect ulti angle, and if she can't get the ulti angle, it might be a bit of a problem for them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, yes, you have this crazy lockup, but how many times, even in pro play, have we seen, people picking up this team with Orianna, Jarvan, Malphite, and you think, oh, this is going to be great. They got the lockup. They got the best combination ever. But when do you really see the combination work? Not that much necessarily, because, of course, the opposing team knows exactly what the strengths are. Rocket Core Gemini, they know. Extreme Esports, they got this lockup. They got this wombo combo. They are going to try and play around this, of course.
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to fully commit to the combo, maybe you swap out that Kayn for a J4, maybe you swap out that Ryze for a Ziggs or a Galio, try and fully commit for it. But I feel like they've dabbled in the combo slightly with that just bot lane in general. But either way, I feel like Kayn is going to be good either for ganks or power farming. Obviously, Trundle well known for being able to farm pretty effectively once he gets his first reset through. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one completely. I think the bot lane Ezreal, Soraka lane, they're just going to be sitting back trying to farm up, not really do anything. So I'm expecting this Amumu just to try and roam around, get the mid lane ahead.
Yeah, that could definitely be one place that could go. We already talked about the setup that the side of Extreme have on those lanes. Aatrox, maybe not as much. I mean, not as reliable, I suppose. But Ryze is point click. You basically got your stun in your hands if you want to there. So, if the Amumu comes by with another 2 stuns, yes, Azir might have a very long dash if he wants to, but that might not be enough to get out of that sticky of a situation. So we'll see how that is going to play out. As now the teams have finally gone into the picking. There was a little bit of back and forth stuff going on. I know Amumu has been picked here by How Are You. I do not expect this to be top lane Amumu. Let's just assume for now that is definitely not the case. Because that would be very set favors if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, let's just think about this. Sorry, I don't know why I said that, but yeah,
sorry,
I
I
mean,
can give you information. They're gonna put Amumu support and the other guy top, but they kind of forgot that they have no Aatrox. No Aatrox on the top laner's account, but on support account, so they're gonna swap account in game. But other than that is the same composition. Amumu support, Aatrox top.
Gotcha. All right, that makes a lot more sense. So, yes, the top laner will be playing on the supports accounts, but will still be the top laner. So it's basically going to be How Are You? It's okay. It's really confusing. We're just going to call them by the names that are on their their champions, because otherwise we're going to get confused.
yeah, I mean, it happens, right? I don't know if you've ever experienced this in when you're playing like these little tournaments and stuff like that. Like, you always think that you have all the champs because you go between different accounts all the time, and then all of a sudden there's just that one time where you're on the wrong account and you're like, oh no.
Oh boy.
Luckily, luckily they're down to swap accounts. That makes it a lot easier. But yeah,
Interesting stuff. Yeah, I mean, if you need to do it, you might as well do it, I guess. Because, but then again, I mean, who doesn't have Aatrox? I guess no. It doesn't really matter, of course. What matters in the end is that these comps have been picked. These teams are going to play. What are we going to expect here from the early game? We always talk a little bit about it, but it is, of course, important to mention. We talked about Kayn. You said he could be power farming or he could be going for those ganks, as he does have great setup on both these lanes. What are we expecting to see from this Trundle versus this game?
I think you're going to see this Trundle trying to path. I think maybe bot side just to try and get this Ezreal Soraka in a healthy state in that lane. Obviously, I know the top lane could be a bit more. It could go either way, right? So if you did path up there, I'd understand it because then you can swing it in either way. But I think bot lane, you want to get this Ezreal in a position where he can sit back, farm, and then be okay, right? The one thing that I will note is the fact that Rocket have drafted a very good disengage comp as well. So you got this Amumu who's going to want to come forward, and then you've got the Azir ult that can come through, or the set ult to disengage him. So it's just about the timings of those that will really be important in these late game team fights. But back on the early game, I mean, you've got the Kayn will be pathing probably to the Ryze to get that free lockdown. That'd be very easy to set up, but I don't. Where do you think that the pressure is going to be applied?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, right? I mean, we talked about how easy the setup is in the mid lane, so that makes sense that if Chaos wants to go for that on the mid lane. Azir, though, not necessarily the easiest to gank. In the early game, yes, but, once he gets a few levels, he is able to just get himself out of there rather quickly. So you have to react very fast if you want to get a very successful gank on that. I think it's not even the fact that he has a dash. I feel like it's the range of the dash that makes him difficult to gank, because you can literally just instantly get back under your tower. And even if, as Kayn, you pop that ultimate, you are underneath the Azir's tower, not necessarily where you want to find yourself. So not the easiest gank, I think. I would maybe expect a bit more on the farming side of things. And as you said, right, Trundle to really try and help his bot lane get through this, because, if this Ezreal gets to that late game and gets a little bit strong, maybe gets some plates if he gets a bit lucky, Ezreal is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And when you look at the side of Extreme, they don't really have an easy way of getting onto this Ezreal, especially when he has a Soraka and potentially a set to defend him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, their only hope is maybe like a Mumu landing a Q on someone and going for like a flash R to try and lock him down, make sure that he stays in that, or maybe Aatrox is movement speed. He can with his R he can chase him down. But there's Ezreal. We're just looking for late game where he just auto spaces correctly in these team fights to be able to be in a position where he can hit as many people as he likes and just never be touched. And I mean that's the same on the other side, right? For this MF, obviously a more low mobility option, but she wants to be in this position where she's so far back that maybe the Azir can't swoop around and get that knock up and pull her into the middle of everyone, because that is what is going to destroy this combo that they have drafted.
Yeah, it just seems once again pretty front to back ish, but also just it's going to rely a lot on these carries to see how they are going to position themselves in these team fights. Because yeah, if this Misfortune gets blown up, I feel like the whole idea almost of that composition kind of falls apart. And unless obviously you have a really fed Ryze or a really fed Kayn to the point where it doesn't matter. But we're speaking hypothetically as if everyone was even, then having a Misfortune out of the fight is huge for the side of Rocket Core. And Rocket Core, they do have multiple threats, to be fair, because you have, of course, the Azir. And well, if there's one champion who has a lot of leeway into trying to get into the backline and using that Shurima shuffle to push someone completely out of the fight, he could potentially do that. Now, the question is, though, does he want to really go all the way in the back? Because that could also mean that you are putting yourself in a very, very bad situation. I feel like these fights are going to be very intricate and also interesting to watch.
Yeah, I was just saying, it's whether or not that Azir wants to go for that montage clip or not, right?
Yeah.
Like everyone likes to see those massive streamer shuffles, but sometimes it's just easier to win the fight if you just sit in the back line, throwing out your soldiers, poking them, and then using the shuffle as a defensive measure. And I think that's what the Azir is probably going to have to do against this Mumu, Kayn, Aatrox, who are just trying to dive on this back line. Though if he does go for the Shima Shuffle, he has to make sure that he hits this MF. If he's going to go in that backline, if he doesn't hit the MF, he's then stuck in no man's land, about to be CC chained, and the MF will just pop him. So it is a Comet MF, which is a bit surprising. I guess it's going for the Emax Manamune build. Not the most fun, but,
Definitely the most annoying to play against.
For sure. I hate when people play it, but whatever gets you through the day. I mean, I guess he's just really prioritizing into that combo of just being able to put down that E on the massive stun that the Mumu will bring. Maybe hoping to try and get the early game push through as well, because obviously the E will help with the push a lot faster. So yeah, I guess they're trying to get that wave under tower early.
Yeah, and honestly, when you really look at the composition, of course, of the opposing team, it makes a little bit of sense, because if you really realistically think about what Misfortune is going to do in these fights, it's going to be very difficult for her to get off loads of auto attacks, right? Because you have an Ezreal and an Azir, you're likely not going to be able to hit very much, and the Soraka, and then you get a Trundle and a Set, which you almost don't want to get close enough to the point that you can auto attack them. So I get the idea here of this comment. As we do get ourselves into this next series, we're going to see, of course, Rocket Core facing off against a pause rather now as we get the disconnect. But we know what was happening here, of course, because Extreme, it was Extreme. They had to switch their top laner and their support around. So that is what this pause is for. We are expecting to start at least within the next minute and get this game going. But what do we expect? Do we expect perhaps an invade or something crazy like that to happen here? Or are we just going to expect a 5-pointer?
I would love to see an invade with Samumu, but After the last game, I think we've seen an invade go bad enough that maybe they're a bit hesitant with it. I'm expecting us to take a while with this pause because obviously when they reconnect, they might have to change all their key bindings and everything like that. I mean, I don't know about you, but I have a couple of really disgusting key bindings that I have and everything like that. So that'll take a while for them to sort out. So
I think I do, but I know I do know like that when I go on a different account that is not mine or something, or like just a brand new account, that I need to change a lot. I feel like I don't have anything crazy, but I think I might.
yeah, I mean, probably one of my most crazy ones that is probably terrible is I have an item on A, and I also use lock cam on space. So yeah, that's my problems. Anyway, as I'm talking about, they'll probably take a while to sort out these key bindings. So maybe it'll be 5 minutes. I think maybe we should probably throw it back to our cameras just for the time being because it's going to be a while. But yeah, I'm expecting like. Hopefully, I think the Soraka should be able to beat. I actually thinking now the Soraka, if she goes for these auto attacks heavily in lane, she can probably pressure the Amumu quite far off the CS early, and maybe this is why the Emma had to go to this comment to be able to push her back. But I think they do win the level 1 pretty hard, so I'd expect the Amumu to go down there, get that level 1 ward in that middle bush in the bot lane. Reset, get sweeper so you can get that bush pressure that melee supports need.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what it's going to do. We actually see the minion dematerializer on Amumu. It's been a while since I've seen that thing being picked again, so that's not really important, but it's something funny to mention. One thing that is interesting though is of course we do see Ignite on the bot lane versus the Exhaust heal. So Ignite heal versus Exhaust heal, as we do actually get ourselves back into this game. Looks like everything has been fixed. The on-pause is there. Of course, we get a bit of moment of lag. Always happens, so don't worry. This is going to be fixed relatively soon. But let's see what we're going to see. We're going to see ourselves into this game very, very soon. And yeah, I mean, Amumu could potentially be one of those champions that you want to go for an early invade on, especially when you have 2 of those Qs at the ready. But, I mean, you are facing a set level 1. Pretty terrifying if you face that, though.
Yeah, it's pretty hard, but I'm expecting the normal 5 points to come out from Rocket. So if they do go for this invade, I mean, yeah, he has skilled the Q first. So
yeah,
I'd love to see the invade actually thinking about it because, he is going for that ward bush. Maybe he is listening in, maybe to get that info. but yeah, he'll get that bush, that ward and that bush that'll give him so much pressure in this lane. The rest of the team just 5 point. Azir just sitting watching those chickens while Soraka watches them as well. Just both of them talking about how good it is that they're there. But yeah, I wonder if we'll see any wards placed in to get some jungle information early on. For the time being, it looks like they're both pathing to bot, but Trundle reset and maybe this is just to go for that bot.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a ward. Switch to sweeper perhaps as well, and then just go towards that bot side. That is exactly what is going to happen. So yeah, looking towards the bot side to start. So junglers going to be starting once again. We've seen this every single game on opposite sides. Actually, no, Trundle now making his way towards the top side. So it is actually going to be top versus bot, apparently, because Kayn is the one going over towards his bot side. So opposite sides, Trundle, again, you talked about it, right? Looking towards that bot side of the map, whereas Kayn perhaps either looking to farm really hard or now maybe even looking towards the top or mid lane to try and gank early on.
Yeah, I think that what that tells me, as well as based off his runes, he's going for that red Kayn, right? You normally go Conqueror if you go in that red Kayn or the blue Kayn red Kayn combo, like where you go the blue Kayn with the red Kayn build. But overall, I think he's pathing top to get those early stacks into that, so you can get his passive super early.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to work out for him. As we see a bit of training, of course, in the bot and the mid lane, expecting that to be very, very pokey. Both sides is now actually engaged on the Soraka. Yeah, has to be very careful here though. Gets ignited. There's the second stun. The exhaust comes out from the Ezreal. That's going to turn around this fight a little bit. And actually, they're doing a lot of damage back. The heal has been forced here for the Misfortune. So in the end, actually, it ends up in the health bars. It's Extreme who wins out, but Rocket Co win out when it comes to the summoner spells.
For sure, the Soraka keeping a heal there. She's going to be able to heal up off of her Q over time. And they do get the level 2 advantage, so the Extreme have to back off the wave. And look, Soraka's healing this back up, getting a few of these Qs from MF hitting her, but still, I mean, you're up a summoner already.
Yeah, looks pretty good here for this bot lane. Good start for the side of Rocket Core Gemini, who are below in the standings, below Extreme Esports. So they definitely have to show something here and try and get themselves this win as Neff, ooh, almost in trouble there. That could have been a really, really good stun here. Now he's going to go back in, and that's a lot of damage on the Soraka. Still has the heal, though. He's going to use it. It's going to be able to survive for a little bit more. His first blood to the Ezreal. Soraka is still alive, but is she going to be able to live for long enough? Amumu is there to pick up that kill. Here come the two teleports, though. Price is there. The stun misses from Amumu, and the Azir is going to be able to pick up that kill. Phrase now flashes away, but Masosha is going to go there behind him. Does he have enough damage? He will, but Azir is going to be able to pick up 2. It's a 3 for 2 in the end.
That was crazy. The Soraka doing so much there just to buy time. Just staying alive for that so well there. The TPs came through, obviously, and the Rise prioritizing going for the kill instead of maybe saving the Amumu, maybe being able to stop the Azir from picking up those kills. But then the Azir getting those kills, I think I set up a dive in this top side as well. But yeah, this Azir, it's a Rise matchup, not looking good.
Yeah, well, the dive could just be happening. That's a good hit there by Chaos, but they just don't have the damage to take down a set, especially when he still has the flash. So that's not going to happen. But yeah, I think what's really important to talk about is look at this Azir. He's 10 CS ahead. He has 2 kills on his name right now. He's, of course, managed to get himself that Dark Seal to make sure that, you know, if you get that stacked up, if you're going to be this fed, you might as well. As now, look at this in the jungle. Chaos in trouble, has the flash. Going to be followed up, though, by Lord Kai Power. Is he going to be able to find a kill, though? The speed boost might just be enough for Chaos to survive. And especially since Rise is there to help him out, he will be able to get away.
Yeah, the great escape there. He was able to use that scuttle that he'd just taken to get that speed boost. But he did get more passive stack. That is the important part. We are seeing a weird switch around here with the ADCs in the mid lane, but I think that was more just because they need to pick up the farm due to the Azir still being bot side, so he just caught an extra wave. They went mid to catch the wave that the Rise was pushing, and then the Azir's just gone bot to catch the wave because they were catching the wave. So it's a weird thing to talk about, but yeah, that's why this is in effect.
Yeah, it almost like reminds me of the old school lane swap times. I mean, it used to be bot lane, top lane, of course. At the start of the game, I mean, that was horrific, especially as a top laner myself. You didn't want to play those games, trust me. It was not fun.
I wasn't playing then, so
that's true, actually. Yeah, that was before your time, as you were season 7. True. So, but some of the viewers here will certainly know what I'm talking about. But now, though, the bot lanes have switched back around. That means, of course, that Ezreal's going to be able to pick up this wave. Azir being sent over to the mid lane. I think that makes a lot of sense because Azir should be having a completely fine time here against Mosasoa on the Rise.
Yeah, I felt like that gave Rise a bit more CS than he should have really been going against them. And like the MF has now did gather a slight CS advantage here, but it's now been made a bit more even. But obviously Trundle coming in.
Yep, he's looking to destroy that CS lead by getting a kill lead. And now How Are You might be in a lot of trouble, though, but they're trading it back, and Trundle just does not have the lockup for them to try and continue this. After all, Soraka has no real CC unless, you know, people stay in her E. But now in the top end, though, could be a fight. It could definitely be a fight as the ultimates have been popped. A lot of damage coming out on Poppy Namer, but Kayn is here as well. And Poppy Namer certainly has no way to get out. He used the ultimate. It's going to do a lot of damage, but Pui takes himself that kill on the top lane.
It's a lot closer than it should have been, but yeah, I mean, great timing by Kayn to be up there at that timing.
And now, actually, How Are You might be in a little bit of trouble. Does not have the flash, but Lord Kaibawa does not have the damage. They're going to turn it around because here is Mosasoa. That's the teleport and a Realm Warp. Fuido kind of wasting his teleport here because that was already a fine play.
Yeah, I think they just underestimated the Rise's damage. I mean, he is sitting on Lost Chapter here, so maybe they didn't... I mean, they didn't really need that TP, right? But maybe if they thought about the items, they could have avoided wasting that Aatrox TP. Either way, he's got a long walk back up to this top lane. I believe he did buy beforehand, so he is feeling better about his items. Kayn might cover his wave for the time being.
Yeah, I was going to say, could cover his wave. Could even look for a gank, but looks like Poppy Namer is playing it safe for now. Yeah, that is very true. We'll see how it's going to happen. Actually, yeah, this could potentially be a gank. Poppy Namer gets blocked by the minions a little bit, but does know this is coming. Will he be in time to get away, however, though? Dodges out on basically everything. I don't think they're going to have the damage to take down this set right now. They're actually doing... They're going for it. They're doing a lot of damage now. Chaos not going to go in, take so much damage as well from the turret. But because of this, so much time spent in the top lane, Lord Kai Power says, I'm going to take this dragon.
Yeah, the Dragon called brilliant there. I would like to point out that set damage, he's built tank set, and that is the damage that he pulls out with that.
Welcome to set.
Crazy champion. But yeah, they get the Drake perfectly timed. You know, you see Kane top side, he's trying to farm for these passive stacks. Obviously, he's gonna reduce the chance of getting these Drakes and stuff like that by showing there so many times. But hopefully, this passive is close to coming in through for him.
Yeah, certainly. Now, let's look a little bit around the map about how the state of the game is, of course. In the top lane, we see a lead. Slight lead, of course, for Pui because of that gank. Jungle, slight lead as well for the Kayn. But I think most importantly is this bot lane. The 2 kills are on the Amumu. Not necessarily what you want to be looking for, as we see some trading back and forth from Phrase, doing quite a bit of damage. And I just now realized that this is Vaser Phrase. I know this guy, of course, but that is not very important. And in the mid lane, we see a 2-0 score lead for the Azir. It's not really big. It's pretty even all around. Which team does it really favor to be even at this point, if we're asking that, Gizmo?
I mean, the Ryze has done very well, right? Because the Azir got those two early kills, and is still caught back up on the CS, and is staying even in this lane now. And I think if a King comes, the Ryze can still kill, and that is crazy to think, considering the fact that the Azir got those 2 really big kills early on. I think it was that Ryze round warp into the bot lane to get that Trundle kill has really helped him along in this lane.
Yeah, for sure. As we know in the top lane. Wow, there's the engage. Beautifully done. Pui is forced to flash away. Flash for flash, ult for ult. Not really too shabby, but it is a very nice try there from Poppy Name to try and get a kill. I'm not going to find though, as in the bot lane, Lord Kai Power is looking for a kill of his own. We already talked about the lockup lack here in the bot side of the map, but they might be fancying this 3v3. But Chaos is just here to take away some wars, and Lord Kai Power realizes that he might have to back off. Well,
yeah,
I was going to pause there and give it over to you, but yeah, here Chaos is now actually being caught out. This is the jungler versus the jungler. Chaos forced to flash away. The teleport is coming in. Chaos gets blown up by Lord Kai Power. And here is the Azir. Can't find the Shurima Shuffle range, unfortunately. So it ends up just being 1 kill for none.
Yeah, Chaos just getting a bit too aggressive. The Amumu was just about to turn 6 off a minion, so he thought he could go aggressive, not thinking that the Azir was going to be there to TP through, or the Trundle just waiting in that bush for him. Just being able to shred through him with that press the attack. Crazy damage. Oh, the Amumu going in.
Oh, and this is the combo we were talking about. Absolutely blowing up the Soraka. Phrase is the only one left alive. Can he though? 1v2. So far, it looks like he's doing quite well at it, but here comes the damage from She Was Everything. And that is just way too much. Brilliantly done. And we talked about it before. We saw exactly that.
Yeah, the Soraka didn't even get to react. Look, she has flash and heal up and ulti. She didn't get to react. Azir was going aggressive.
Yeah, She Was Everything going to be in trouble here. The Q is going to hit Phrase. Can he find the double kill? It's very, very close now, but it won't be enough. As in the top lane, we see another fight. Absolutely one-sided so far. Poppy Name is going to get blown up next. It's a double kill for Pui in the top lane.
There's fights everywhere here. I mean, I think as Extreme, you take that. You lose the MF, yeah, but you crash a good wave under tower. Yeah, unfortunately, the kill is going on to this Amumu. We are seeing another kill stealing a support for the second time today. But yeah, I mean, wave crashed. Kane got a little bit extra, and that top lane play, Kane going in.
Yep, he's looking for another bit extra. Oh, Neff with the outplay! Chaos is dead! It's a support versus jungle, and the support comes out on top.
Oh, you hate to see it. It's a support diff. Oh.
Yep.
Not thinking that she has flash or heal up there, and really. Oh.
Wonderfully played there by Neff. And you know what I love the most about that play? It was Chaos who popped the mastery before going in. And then Nev, of course, responding with a mastery of himself, knowing that after that play, he was the victor. Beautifully done. And I mean, yeah, that just honestly is pretty bad for the game, because this means that Lord Kai Power now gets to set up around this Herald a bit more. But of course, because Pui is so far ahead of Poppy Namer on this set, I feel like it's still favored here for Extreme. As we see a fight in mid lane. Look at the damage from Musasoa. So much here on this Azir. Has nothing to say to him. Yeah, that's basically the end of that story. This Azir might have 2 kills, but the Ryze looking stronger here.
Yeah, look at the difference though. The Azir went straight in to get that Everfrost, to get that huge power spike. The Azir decides to go for the more common thing that mid laners doing, get that Sork Shoes, to get that magic pen, so when they do hit, they hit harder. But with Royce, that CC chain that you can pull off just allows you to get this damage off and off. And if Kane had either, I'm sure that would have been a dead Azir.
Yeah, I'm definitely sure that it would have been. But now Kane is looking towards his Herald as Poppy Namer just trying to get away from Pui. Does not want to go for this fight. Pui actually taking quite a bit of damage back. But the Gordrink, of course, healing him up a little bit more. Already popping over to his team. That the R is down, but the Herald is for Kane. And he could be looking to pop that towards the mid lane. But here it is again. The combo is there. And even on Ezreal, that is just a lockup and death.
I can't tell if that's more fair or less unfair than the Seraphine MF that used to be. Honestly, how can you react to that? You're instantly locked up, you're rooted, you're then stunned. Yes, you're Ezreal, you might have been able to react with an E in time for that Amumu Q, but either way, I think but if you do E out, his I don't know. Honestly, I've lost my words. That was such a fun combo to see, and I'm happy that it's working for him.
Yeah, it's working fantastically for them. I would definitely say it's worse than the Seraphine one because don't forget, Amumu also has another stun with his Q afterwards. So it's just such a long lockup with this Amumu, and yeah, it's working out great for them. And they need it. And the only unfortunate part of it really is that Amumu was the one picking up all those kills, but this time around she was everything, finally getting a kill on this MF.
Yeah, I mean, look at this Amumu's build path as well. He's gone into the healing reduction just to stop this the Soraka from being able to do so much. And I mean, if he builds that Thornmail, he's going to be applying that so heavily with his R because the new Thornmail passive, when you CC someone, it applies the Grievous Wounds of 60%. So if he does build into that, I'm sure it's going to be crazy.
Well, I'm sure this bot lane fight is going to be crazy as well, as Chaos now is looking for the support. Neff has been locked up. Here comes the bullet time, doing so much damage. The support is down, but the Trundle was here as well. Chaos is next, and now the support is on the plate. How are you? Is trying to run away, but will he have enough to teleport? It's definitely going to help him, and the Realm Warp is there as well. Frey's now in a lot of trouble. He has no way to get out. Neither does Lord Kai Power. An Extreme turning around.
Yeah, the Extremes team play really showing up big here. It was really upsetting that the Kane couldn't get his ulti off there. He didn't have an auto on Ezreal or Trundle to be able to get into that ulti. But, I mean, either way, you trade him 1 for 3 there. Very good. And, I mean, your team's committing all these ultis. And, I mean, the Azir didn't even get the tower back. There's no tower plates at this point. The set at the top side, I think he might be able to trade it back, but it's not going to be first tower. So, I mean, there's so much going on. But Extreme just working together as a team so much more efficiently.
Yeah, they're doing fantastically. As now Poppy Namer is overextending a little bit for this turret. That could cost him his life, honestly, as Pui does have his ultimate not ready, though. So, might be difficult, but look at that. Poppy Namer just doesn't have the damage here, but he has the support. Is that going to be enough, though? Lurks is going to be able to get the shutdown, and that is another kill on this Azir.
Yeah, just overestimate yourself as the Aatrox not having ulti into that fight. It's been so close, and the ulti has been the deciding factors, but in that time, you're fighting ulti to no one, and then Azir pops up.
Oh, I love the flash here. Outplay by Lurks. Is it going to be enough, though, to take this kill? It will be another outplay. Chaos is always on the receiving ends of those. As now Mazazoa is going extremely deep here for Fraze. It's going to be able to find him, but doesn't have enough damage to finish him. Here is the set, and surely they will be able to finish off the Rise. And now in the mid lane, I mean, we've seen it before. This time around, though, it's not enough. Neff is able to get out, and Lord Kai Power now is looking to turn things around. The turret will take down Amumu. It's a shutdown for the Trundle.
That is a massive shutdown. Was it?
Oh, well, she was everything. Try to get away. And another big shutdown on this Azir. He's getting all these important kills and suddenly looking really, really strong.
Yeah, it went from a game state where the Azir was just sitting on those 2 kills and the Rise was out damaging him, but with those kills that he just picked up, he picked up a couple of massive shutdowns. The Amumu beings... Oh no, I think the Amumu one was picked up by the Trundle, but either way, he picked up some massive kills there, especially in the top side. So he's going to come back with some great items and really be able to apply so much more damage in these team fights than the Rise.
Definitely, and I think that is going to be the trouble here. We saw how strong the Rise was compared to the Azir before, but I think that might change around a little bit because both of these champions, of course, are great at scaling. Look at Pui, though. Looking to get something there, but it's not going to be able to find it because of that little ward. Mosasaur has been playing extremely aggressively on this bot lane, and this might be a little bit too aggressive as Lord Kai Power is there to try and put a stop to him. Is he going to be able to get away? Yes, he will with the Realm Warp. So Yes, the top jungle is going to be taken away, but yeah, he will be able to get away with his life. Does mean, though, that likely this bot lane turret could be the next target.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to walk back, clear that out. Rose AoE damage. Great respect there. Honestly, great ulti. I mean, he waited for the Trundle Pillar to be used and the Set E to be used. Also, the only way Set could get onto him is with the ulti, and the Set was too far away to affect him. So,
yeah,
very well played. He gets out of there. And now going for the blue buff so he can actually get some mana to keep clearing that wave to stay on that side lane.
Yeah, very well done. And Pui, yep, just starting to get more and more ahead. You can't just keep leaving this Aatrox alone, because we've seen what Aatrox can do in team fights. Remember the Shy versus G2, that's exactly what he can do. But now this dragon is coming up, of course. Both teams already owning one dragon. This Mountain Drake will be next. Both teams setting up quite well for it. But right now, they're looking for a pick here on the Aatrox. Look, Hyper are looking to go for it. Not going to end up running towards there. And it looks like Extreme have started off the dragon. This could be a potential fight.
I've seen a massive combo here if the Amumu lands is engaged.
Not just yet. How are you? Yeah, really been trying. Aatrox is coming on the flank. How are you? Could be looking for the engage, but it's taking a little bit damage instead. They're all grouped up, though, by Rocket Core Gemini. We talked about how they are the ones who want to poke. But currently, the help us are still very full from the side of Extreme Esports. It's just basically a waiting game. That Bandage Stoss is ready. Are they going to find it? Pui is ready to follow up as well. The bullet time is ready. Everything is ready. Can they poke it, though? They're going to get the stun on Poppy Name, and this could be the engage. Here it comes. Oh. It's a huge ultimate. The bullet time is only hitting one member, though, but the Shurima shuffle is absolutely huge. But they don't have the damage to win this fight, as Pui is crushing this backline. It's a double kill for the Aatrox, and it's a 1 for 3 for the side of Extreme.
How are you with the insane flash ultimate? And then the Shurima shuffle coming out to disengage, but the Aatrox being able to find the perfect flash over the wall to keep the fight going.
Oh, but they're looking for more. That is a great catch-up by Mizosoa. He's going to get away alive as well. It's a shutdown on the Azir and ends up being a 4-for-1 plus the Drake for Extreme Esports. And they finally find themselves a commanding lead.
Baron's up. Are they going to attempt this? No, I think they're just going to take the farm, push in this mid tower. Yeah. But yeah, insane team fight there. You could see what the Amumu was trying to do to get that lockdown, but he didn't need it in the end. The MF just ulted the Trundle by himself. And then the Amumu was able to flash over, get I think it was a 3 or 4 man route stun with that ulti.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, beautiful play by Extreme Esports. I mean, we talked about how in the 5v5s they are very strong, and now they're looking for a 5v3 as Amumu is once again here. It's a 3v3, 4v3 right now, but they don't have enough damage when the bullet time comes out, but it's not in range. Chaos is in the backline. Can he find the kill on Lord Kai Power? It is a tanky Trundle, but he will be able to find it. Frey's now in trouble. The knock-up is there on the set. That's going to be 2 kills for them. It will be traded by Lurks. This Azir is still extremely strong. Pui, however, is just as strong. Now trying to fight Lurks, though. Goes for a 1v4, but the root is there. It's a double kill for the Azir, but he does have to trade his life. Once again, a close fight. Closer this time around, but Extreme come on top in the 2 for 3 once again.
Yeah, I mean, they walked into that fight not knowing how many people were behind them. They thought they found the pick on the Kayn, but there was an Amumu behind them. The MF had to cut back, wait for ulti, but there's a Baron on the table here.
Yeah, the Baron is on the table. I think they thought that the side of Rocket Core Gemini had no clue, but now that they know, are they going to have to back off or are they going to continue going for it? There's no junglers alive on both sides. This could be a very close fight, considering there is absolutely no smite. Here goes the Sid. That's a beautiful engage. There's 2 shutdowns immediately, and the Baron has to be theirs right now. Rocket Core Gemini turn things around.
It was a burger flip from day one, but it was gone wrong. Oh no.
Insane. I mean, honestly, that engage, that ultimate. Poppy Namer has had a really rough game so far, and suddenly like that turns things around. It just needs that one singular showstopper, and well, it definitely stopped the show for Extreme Esports, because that 7,000 gold lead actually that they had before suddenly is only down to 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, the set making the hero play there going in. I wonder if the Rise, maybe if he just turned and burned instead, they wouldn't have been in that situation, but...
Yeah, now in the top lane, Poppy Namer maybe popping a little bit too quickly, but oh, look at that. It's the Soraka ultimate. Good flash coming out as well. Can he take down Chaos? That's the question. Is he in range? No, he is not. Chaos is, though, forced to flash away. A nice little brawl, because it seems like every single fight Chaos comes into... Oh, it is going to be enough phrase. gets the kill. Chaos just cannot have a single break as now Lurks is looking for Mosasoa, but he has backup. He knows, but he's taking so much damage. The bullet time is there. It's not going to be enough for now. Lurks, though, with a great Shurima shuffle. They get themselves 2 kills. What is going on? Extreme Esports is falling apart. They were so far ahead, but right now, Rocket Core Gemini are looking to push towards this mid lane inhibitor.
That should be inhib, if not more, at this point. Yeah, definitely inhib. Amumu's not going to be able to stop it. Aatrox is just there taking Krugs instead, probably just giving up this inhibitor, but if he's not lucky, this could be more. Honestly,
Yeah.
I mean, they're fighting, they lost the gold lead, and now they're trying to, I don't know if it's tilt or what, but they're just going for these engages, and probably should just respect that they're not in the lead anymore.
Yeah, it's really falling apart for them, and now even Poppy Name might get a solo kill on Pui. What is going on? This top lane has been one-sided, but not this way.
Just not anymore. I mean, Poppy Lane are really reclaiming his top lane throne here. Like, he's been so far behind, and now that Baron steal, he's now feeling himself being able to go for these plays. And Aatrox just not respecting that he could have got stronger since the last time.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up 2 big shutdowns and now another kill onto the Aatrox. Yeah, it's just, honestly, it's blown me away. It's almost as if it's happened in just 5 minutes where Extreme Esports, they were 7,000 gold ahead in this game. 7,000. They are 2,000 gold behind right now, 24 minutes in. This next dragon is going to come up, and I don't think they're going to be able to challenge it.
Yeah, I mean, and all of this just because they went for a burger flip. I mean, why? Why are you going for that Baron play there? You know that they have Smite Up. You know that they have TPs. You should be timing these abilities. And yet they went for it and they lost. And now I just feel like they're just trying to reclaim something, but they're in a position where they're against an Azir who's just got so much gold now, and it just can't let them walk into these objectives.
Yep, and all they can really do now is just let this dragon be taken and try and farm up the side waves. It's once again Pui being sent over to the side wave to try and, put some pressure on the map. But now that we've seen Poppy Name being able to 1v1 him, I don't know how confident he is able to be anymore without good amounts of vision. He is, of course, clearing a little bit in the enemy jungle, but look at this. Rocket Core, knowing that with their poke, they are looking to just absolutely waltz through the base of Extreme.
Yeah, Extreme are lucky because they got wave clear, but they do also have the open inhib with the super minions coming in, so they will have to go back there and clear that at some point. But the Amumu sitting off on this flank, looking for that wombo combo to be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, here they go. They're looking for a Pui. Has already popped the ultimate. Is he going to be able to find him, though? That's the question. Taking so much damage and being silent as Rucker. But here goes the combo. It is beautiful. The bullet time is blowing them all away. That's exactly what they were looking for. But the Shurima shuffle is great in return. The Azir's damage is way too much. It's a triple kill. Could we see another pentakill? Mosasoa is in trouble. He is going to die. It's a quadra kill for Lurks. There's only one left. The teleport is coming in. She was everything, has nowhere to go. This has to be the pentakill. Go for it, Azir. You have to get it. There it comes. It's a pentakill for Lurks.
I respect going for the penta, but that could be game. If set TPs to this minion, I believe his TP's coming up any second. It could actually just end the game.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. They're looking to end this game. It's going to be with
Amumu's
the
coming up.
pentakill again. Amumu is the only one up, but what is the support really going to do? He's going to be able to stun him down. Actually, Chaos and Pui are up in 3 to 5 seconds. I don't think Popinema can end this right now, so in fact, might have to trade his life. He's going to use the showstopper to try and get away. Is still training back on How Are You, however, does not have the Showmaker ready. So that is surely going to be it for him. He is absolutely dead. Shut down for Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy you went for the penta, but at the same time, if you just take it to end, I think they just win that at that point. I mean, all good for the montage clip, but a game, if you take a game off of them here, I think it would just be much better.
Well, certainly. We have to keep in mind, right? Because yes, that was really close and all, but look at the gold differential. It's still very close. Rocket Core, they've definitely not got this in the bag, Yes, they have this opening now in the mid lane. They've got this inhibitor for the pressure and the Baron is coming up. But there's definitely still availabilities for Extreme to turn this one around. So, as you said, not going for that win, going for the montage clip, it could actually cost them.
Well, we saw how that fight started.
Yeah.
Extreme really hard forcing, and they got away with such a hard force to start off with, and the only saving grace for Rocket was they did not get Azir caught with the Amumu ult. Otherwise, he would have been in that bullet time and one shot, just like the Ezreal, and the Soraka. So if he gets caught by this, I think it could just be the complete other way. And I believe we are seeing maybe a Baron play. No?
Yeah, could happen right now. Lord Kai Power has already been set up for it. Of course, there is a vision there for the side of Extreme in the Baron hit. But we see both teams now making their way. FaZe is a little bit behind, just as Pui, but they should be able to make their ways here very soon. Question is, are Rocket Core Gemini going to decide to start it up very soon? Because it can still be risky of source. Yeah, that's very nicely done. And Kael's now taking a bit of damage. I think they're looking to perhaps start it up. And now, though, FaZe could be in a bit of trouble. Gonna be able to Arcane Shift away. It looks like to be a little bit of a stalemate, and it's gonna have to be Extreme who make the move.
Yeah, track this Amumu here. He's looking for the flanks. You want to see the MF behind him. If he can land on this Azir, it's going to be hard because he has the Banshees Veil, but the 1Q will get rid of it. He has to pop that at Banshees before he goes in to get that bullet time damage down on him. They are starting the Baron. It should be an easy ulti for the Amumu if he can get the right angle.
It's falling really quickly. Here he goes. There is going to be the steal not happening. The bullet time is huge, but it's not going to be big enough. The Shurima shuffle once again. Lurks is absolutely crushing them. Bowie is trying to turn things around, but it does not matter anymore. A triple and a double kill. There's too much going on here for the side of Extreme Esports. There is nothing that they can do, and certainly, even with the MF only left alive, this is going to be the game.
Yeah, for sure. You can see the Trundle go for that mid inhib. They got a wave in the top side. They got Baron buff. This should be game here.
Here we go. Well, we're going to see Lord Kaipar is now trying to push it down in the top lane. They're looking for it as well. I mean, I think they could have just completely forced it. I mean, they don't really have a mini wave in the mid lane, though, so it makes a bit sense that they are going to go via the top lane. Misfortune, yeah, we can see the ultimate is coming up very soon. Amumu is back up as well. That could be a possibility, but not right now. That is going to certainly be it. That's going to be one kill for the Azir once again. 17 kills already. Looking for number 18? No. Looking for the game rather. This time around, they do put the game first. And Rocket Core, out of nowhere, turn the game around and get themselves the first win.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy turnaround there. And it all stems from the Baron play. I mean, yes, I know the Baron's good, but is it worth it? I mean, you have no jungler. I know I'm talking about it as a simple standpoint, but you have no jungler. Their jungler was coming up pretty soon, and they have more players than you that have TPs to get to that Baron when you're starting it. Yes, maybe you could argue that the Ryze's positioning there maybe gave it away. Maybe if he didn't position, the set couldn't get in to get the steal. But, I mean, that Baron is what lost them the game here. And you're talking about, you know, they drafted the Wombo combo, and late game, that combo started to fail them. I mean, even in that last team fight, they had that massive Amumu ulti, but they still couldn't lock down the important people. The Ezreal got away. And yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. And I gotta say, yes, we saw the Penta, and Lurks had a fantastic performance on the Azir. Don't get me wrong. But I want to put a little bit of spotlight here on Poppy Namer, because if it wasn't for that incredible turnaround at Baron, that beautiful showstopper, I don't think that that the side of Rocket Core would have been in this position at all.
Yeah, I mean, not only did he do that, but after that, then he got so much gold that he was able then to put the Aatrox in his place. You know, the Aatrox who had been pretty much destroying the set, came up to that top lane expecting a free kill, disrespecting him, not even having the Aatrox ulti to fight him, and yet the Poppy David just destroyed him and proved that he was just, yeah, he didn't do well in lane, but he's still here to play. He hasn't tilted. He's ready to fight. And I mean, the Baron steal, crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty insane, of course. And that does bring us to the MVP vote. Everyone in the chat, you get the vote 1, 2, 5. 1 being the top laner, 5 being the support. Who you think is the MVP in this game? I think it's a difficult one. I think, of course, Lurks, especially in these later team fights, absolutely smashed it. Just basically single-handedly carried those fights. But to get Rocket Core back into the game, I feel like it was Poppy Namer who really did the job. So for me, it's a difficult choice. I feel like they both deserve it equally. Who do you think, Ismo?
I think Poppy Namer, honestly. I think that the way that he came back into this game is just ridiculous. I know Lurks has got those 17 kills, and that does look incredible, right? And yes, he got that pentakill, but he also didn't go for the end, and that was maybe a controversial thing of me, but, you know, give up the penta for the end, you know, whatever. But there's also the fact that, like, even when he had all those kills, until the Baron steal, it didn't feel like he was doing much with them.
Yeah.
He didn't feel like he was pushing that advantage. He got those 2 kills early in the bot lane, and he was still losing the 1v1 to the Rise. So I feel like even though Poppy lost that early lane, the way that he came back swinging in that late game was just crazy to me, and he recovered so well.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, the scoreline doesn't say it, but my God, did the play say it. Absolutely fantastic performance from just the whole Rocket Core, of course. Fantastic performance from that whole team. Extreme, I mean, they looked fantastic in the early game, right? The first 10, 15 minutes of the game, they were looking very good, and they had a pretty decent lead. They honestly, at some point, got that 7,000 goal lead, and it was looking like it couldn't fall apart anymore, but they went for this risky Baron play. And of course, Poppy Namer, we talked about it a lot already. He turned it completely around there. What are we looking to see from Extreme in order to win themselves this next game? Because honestly, I feel like when it came to maybe the draft and all that, it was okay. It was just such a big misplay that completely turned the game around.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the what was him? Yeah, I don't know. It's so hard to talk about because it was literally like Extreme was so dominant in that early phase. They used the combo so well, that MF Amumu, and it looked like it was unbeatable in those team fights. I mean, that Drake play where the Amumu flashed in, gets that 4-man route was ridiculous. Okay, and that could have been game winning there, but it was just that Baron coin flip. I just think that they need to sit down and review their shot calling just a slight bit, and they could have taken that game just cleanly. And that loss, that Drake just gave, that Baron just gave over so much gold that they were able to just lose, and then all of a sudden their one ball combo wasn't able to do the damage they needed because the rest of the other team had caught up to them. So it was like, it's like they just overstepped their boundaries. I know that maybe it was just them limit testing and all the rest of it, but you know, a win's a win. You need to confirm that you got those wins.
Definitely. I mean, Extreme, yes, they are looking pretty good in the standings right now, but now they're going to really have to try and win the next game because they could be falling very far behind. Of course, they have played less games than other teams in the standings right now, whereas Rocket Core, this is really good for them. They need this win, and if they can get the other win as well, that's going to give them another 2 points on the board, which is so important for them to get a chance to make these playoffs. So very important match coming up very soon. I'm going to be very interested to see what we're going to see as in differences when it comes to, for example, the draft. Like, would Rocket Core allow this combination again? Because it was definitely devastating to them. And I feel like if this same game would happen again and the shot calling would be better on both sides, that Extreme would definitely be taking it.
For sure. I mean, it was just them overextending it at times. I don't know if they were feeling themselves a bit too much with this combo, thinking that it was unstoppable, but there is a point where that drops off. I mean,
yeah.
And it showed. Maybe if you feel like you want a bit of an adaptation, you could go Grenadier Amumu where you go full damage AP just for the fun, and then you can make that combo insane. But I mean, they just, if it wasn't for that Baron call, I think that they would have taken it.
Yeah, I do think so too, because they looked so dominant. They were 7,000 gold ahead. It just looked really strong. It's just crazy how in one fight, 7,000 gold was reduced to 1,000. Like, just think about how ridiculous that amount is. The shutdowns, the Baron, then they got a turret, they got a solo kill later on as well. It's just absolute explosion suddenly from Rocket Core Gemini. I mean, fitting to the name Rockets. I mean, they literally came back into the game like a rocket, and we'll see if they can get the win like a rocket as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going down the puns bit, I mean, you might as well say extremely overstepped their bounds goal for that Baron play. But yeah, honestly, it's just a match. It was just that one play, and it's upsetting to go on about it for so long because with that I think that they would have taken it. Obviously, we don't know how Rocket would have played that the rest of the game out with that Baron being on them, but I think yes, they had some wave clear, but even then, you know, you got the Amumu MF combo. They could have been diving under towers at that point with that such a high gold lead. So I feel like it's just upsetting to see, especially from them. I can imagine going into this next game, if they don't have the mental fortitude to fight back through this, they could be tilted going into this game.
Yeah, because honestly, I mean, that Baron play is such a tilter. If there's anything that's a tilter, losing a 6,000 gold lead within seconds is clearly a tilter. So yeah, we'll see if, of course, Extreme can kind of turn it around, get their heads straight, and realize that they were ahead in this game. They were doing well. It was just that one call that completely blew up the game for them. So I think they can do it. I think they have it within them. Now is rather the question not whether they can win, but whether they can win with the mental fortitude that they need in order to win. Because, yeah, as you said, right, if they tilt from this, then I feel like Rocket Core can just walk away with it. But Rocket Core, you said it before, and I want to go a little bit back to Lurks, because Lurks, of course, yes, had a fantastic performance, but as you said, right, his early game influence was not really that great. Yes, he picked up a few kills in the bot lane, but apart from that, there was not really much happening with this mid lane, apart from him kind of losing out on the trades and on the pressure there. So I think that there is definitely ways for Extreme to try and really push themselves an early lead, perhaps as well on this mid lane, because as we saw the power of the Rise, I felt like they could have done more with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they really played around that Rise enough early. I think they were too busy focused on that combo bot side. And I know it was an insane combo, but if you had that Rise fed, I mean, you could argue differently. Yeah, the Azir did pick up those kills early, and as we're saying, didn't translate them into barely anything in the early game. I mean, the Rise was nearly solo killed him after being down in those kills, and the Rise played the map so well with those round warps. I mean, if you ever played with a Rise in solo queue, they do not like using that ability ever. So it was impressive to see how well he used that to get across the map, really punishing certain lanes. And it worked perfectly. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind them running back the exact same comp, understanding that that's where they went wrong. They went wrong at that Baron play.
Yeah.
And if they believe in the combo, I can understand that. Maybe you want to switch out the Kayn pick. I think that could have been a bit better. Because Kayn did go a bit aggressive, obviously getting solo killed by the Soraka. A bit embarrassing there, but we'll move on. Maybe switching that into like a J4, something like that, maybe would work better with their combo if they are fully drafting for that. Just try and make the most out of it, you know?
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to make the most out of this draft, as we are going to get ourselves into the second game, the last game of the evening. The first band's already coming out. Extreme this time on the blue side, facing, of course, once again, Rocket Core Gemini, this time on the red side. They will be getting the counter pick. The first pick will be to Extreme. What are we expecting here for a potential first pick, as we do see Camille and Echo and possibly LeBlanc also being taken off the board?
I'm just expecting them just to try and run back the as close a draft as they can. Maybe they feel the Amumu to first pick it. I personally would first pick a strong jungler here. As I said, my personal favorite jungler at the moment, I think he's got a lot of buffs, is the J4 for his playing potential. Maybe they want to ban out. I would personally ban out the Ezreal to stop the escape opportunities from that combo if they are going to draft back into it. But overall, I mean, I think that they need to draft. They just need to draft a stronger for that team fight. And apparently, I think the Soraka was the problem.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I gotta agree. It was annoying to deal with, but the problem is a big one. I definitely think something like the Azir or perhaps the set. I mean, yeah, the set was, they kind of, again, it feels like there wasn't really a problem, but it's just the shot calling, the playmaking, that was really the problem. So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised actually to see the Soraka come through, as now Yuumi might be the final ban, and it'll be interesting to see what Extreme are going to pick for it.
Oh no, that's Trundle.
Makes sense.
That's a good. Yeah, I think their reasoning behind the Soraka was more just because it influenced a few of the top fights a bit more with the ulti coming through to heal the set back up, and set's healing is pretty crazy. But at the same time, I don't think it was anywhere near the problem in those fights. I know that there was a few low health bars, but a lot of the time the Soraka was blown up at the start of the fight by the Amumu. It didn't get anything off, so I much would have rather prefer getting rid of the more mobile ADC, and they are picking the Jarvan here. Oh, thank you for listening.
Yeah, you talked about it. A strong jungler right now, and of course a jungle first pick, which is definitely a strong thing to do. And yep, they're going to get themselves a Jarvan. We'll see what the response is going to be from Rocket Core here, if they're going to go for a same poke like up. Well, that set, might just be picked up again. I wouldn't blame him, because it definitely worked out for them.
Yeah, I'm expecting to set Ezreal here, because I think I think the thing with Jarvan is that when he ults onto the back line, you are locked into that. Especially if you don't have a flash. If you go the Ezreal, you always have a way out of his Cataclysm, which won't be followed up by anything else. I wonder if they will draft like maybe just a bit aggressive with this J4 pick, like the Galio meta or the Ziggs. Just really follow up on that engage. But if not, you know, you can just take the MF again and just go for team fight.
Yeah, let's see if that's what they're going to do. As the last pick is going to come in now here for Rocket Core Gaming, it could potentially be that Olaf being hovered here, and it's going to be the lock-in for the jungle role. Of course, you know, once he gets that level 6, has the Ragnarok, is going to be able to really run through Java's knockup. However, of course, the Cataclysm will still get him stuck, so we'll see how that is going to play out, but definitely a completely different jungle matchup than what we've seen today.
Yeah, that's very interesting to me. I'm not too common with how this matchup goes, but I do think that Jarvan, if he just ults the Olaf, even if the Olaf ults, the J4 could just get out afterwards with his EQ, and then the Olaf just locked in a box for the rest of the fight if he doesn't have flash. The Kennen picked up here. They are going for the wombo combo. Is this going to be the Amumu as well, and then the MF just go? No, Galio. They just go for full team fight. Just go in. Just go for the wombo. That is, if so, it's going to be crazy.
We talked about solo queue picks before and like the wombo combo. Well, Ezreal was definitely not one of those, but you did talk about it being a contested pick. Rocket Core not picking it up though, and Extreme rather going to be the ones to pick that up. But yeah, Kennen, like to see that Nuguri back in the house, and that's going to be facing up against the Set. Should have a relatively easy time. I don't really expect kills in that matchup unless they're going to send this Kennen to the mid lane. Who knows? But I reckon it's probably going to be towards the top lane, and that is probably going to be a very boring lane, you know, because both these characters just cannot really kill each other, as Sivir is going to be the ADC pick.
I mean, the one thing to notice is, you know, Set can be flexed here. So
True.
Are we going to see Set support just to avoid that Kennen matchup, and then you take something easier into the Kennen? Because obviously range versus melee, you know, quite hard. So, but either way, I mean, the Set can do pretty well into the Kennen late game, I believe, because obviously if the Kennen goes for the ulti in, if he didn't get that Zhonya's off in time, the Set can just ult him back in to his team. So it's like, oh, I got the nice stun. No, you don't. Back in. So this could be a good one to see.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to play out. As now Azir and Orianna being taken away. Azir, of course, definitely taken away from the last game. Makes a lot of sense. That was a very impactful champion when it came to the late game team fights. Looks like Extreme do not want to deal with that again. Let's see what the last ban is going to be for them and Rocket Core Gemini. And yeah, when we look at these compositions so far, we see the scaling aspect, of course, on the Sivir, but still Extreme, they have the Kennen, they have the Ezreal. So when it comes to those team fights, kind of looking stronger still, but Olaf and a Set can do a lot. And Olaf, of course, can run down these carries, but they do have an Ezreal with the Arcane Shift, and of course a Kennen who's just really fast as well. Very decent champions to pick up against an Olaf.
Yeah, and you got to bear in mind that Olaf and Set both can drop off very heavily in this late game. So you're basically just relying on the Sivir, and I know the meme is 300 CS Sivir equals win, but if the rest of your team can't continue when you get to that point, it could look pretty bad. And I mean, yeah, you've got the shield to stop the J4 knocking you up with the EQ, but the ulti, you're still going to be trapped inside. Doesn't matter what you spell shield there. So you've got a lot to spell shield, and not enough spell shields to go around here. Maybe they pick up the Morgana to really help her out.
Maybe. Well, Yuumi would definitely not do that, but that is going to be the pick here for the side of Rocket Core Gaming. A completely different style of composition than that they had last time. Last time it was very poke-based. This time it's all but that. Yes, you have a bit of poke in this bot lane, of course, but now we're going to see what Extreme is going to react to that with. Thresh could be a potential pick. Of course, in general, a strong support. Kind of works with almost every AD carry. Has his better partners, of course, but could always work. And that makes the Ezreal even more safe in this matchup if they're going to go for it. But Nami, definitely more fitting when it comes to Ezreal.
Yeah, works really well in this team fight as well. Allows him, like, you know, he gets the slows on his... Ezreal will get his slows on his Q through the Nami E and everything like that. Honestly, it's pretty good into Yuumi as well, because you can just knock them up all the time. And if you're pretty good in lane, you can knock her out of her reattach and stuff like that. Personally, my favorite counter to Yuumi is Pyke, just simply because you're guaranteed to always get on top of her and stuff like that. Ooh, the Yasuo, the Nami Yasuo combo. That could be a spicy one to see,
could be a
guaranteeing the
spicy one.
knockup.
Yeah, I mean, it is only one team member that really helps with the knockups. Well, I guess you got the Jarvan, of course, as well. Yeah, but it's not the greatest setup that you could have in a team, but it's still fantastic, of course. Very interesting, though, into this mid lane as a blind pick. We'll see what Rocket Core are going to respond to it with, because you could definitely counterpick it. Riven would be great, of course, against Yasuo. I don't know if it would be great, though, against them, but could go for the Kassadin. Now, that is definitely a risky pick from them, and they're going to lock it in.
I'm pretty sure Kassadin does pretty bad into
Yeah.
AD laners, so that's a surprising pick. I guess they're just looking for scale. I guess they realized last game that they just waited till late and they came through. So maybe that's what they're saying this game. We'll just put the Kassadin Yuumi together and just run over the game late game. But I do like Extreme's draft.
Kog'Maw mid, by the way.
That's Kog'Maw. The Kassadin's Kog'Maw, is it? Or the Yasuo's?
Yeah,
which one is it? Okay. All right. Yeah, makes, I guess, a little bit more sense. Well, still, I don't think Kog'Maw necessarily wins against Yasuo. Well, at least once Yasuo gets the dash, it's going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, but you've got the wave clear of the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, that's what happens.
He can just one-shot a wave pretty early on. So that Yasuo's going to be pushing the tower very fast. And it just offers so much more poke in this team fight. I mean, the only problem is that you've drafted such a low mobility backline, so the J4 is just going to get extreme access to it. Yeah. So this is going to be a bit of a worry, but AP Kog'Maw is crazy damage, and if you've ever played against it, you know what I mean when you see that those R drops just one-shot you, so making it very hard to play into.
For sure. We'll see how they're going to be able to play that. I mean, yeah, you said it right. 2 AD carries and 2 kind of late game AD carries because, Kog'Maw won't be an AD carry, I imagine. I imagine he's going to go AP, but yeah, APC. But 2, carries without really options of movement. So I do fear for them that if this Jarvan or the Kennen or the Nami ult with the Yasuo get on top of them, it could be a lot of trouble. And on top of that, it's very late game heavy. So unless Extreme, lose the early game hard or make another crazy miscalculation like before, they are looking pretty strong here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I like them drafting the hyper carries for the late game, especially when they have 2 picks that will drop off quite heavily, the Sett Olaf. But at the same time, I mean, the Kog'Maw into this team comp, I mean, you got so much dive. If you're not being able to land this poke beforehand, it's going to be unbearable. Yes, you should be able to win the lane versus Yasuo, I believe, quite comfortably. But it could. I mean, we've seen many things today. It could go either way.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy things just in general on connecting esports as well. So anything can go anywhere. And as I always say, together with Sherlock, of course, we always say, here's the thing. In the end, the compositions technically don't matter. What really matters is how the players play it. So we'll see if that is going to make any difference, because we saw it last game, right? I mean, the composition looked great for Extreme, but my God, that one play just blew the game open. So yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting to see how they're going to play this.
The Aatrox solver, the disrespect.
Yeah.
Oh, you gotta love to see that. Out of interest, what would you prefer here from the Sivir? The lethality build or the on-hit?
See, the thing is, I feel like if you don't, there is no real tank on the side of Extreme, so the lethality could, of course, work. I would be afraid of the on-hit build being a thing, because I feel like you are going to rely too much on really trying to scale, which could be very, very difficult against a team like this who want to go really aggressive on you. So I honestly feel like lethality is definitely an option here.
Yeah, I'm thinking lethality could be an option just to help them win lane, but at the same time, if you do want that late game assurance, you do always have it in the Sivir, You can just go for the on-hit, wait for that late game. But at the same time, then you got the Kog'Maw who's going to pop off in the late game, so you want something to carry you through to that late game for the Kog'Maw's sake, not just the Sivir. So if she goes the lethality build, at least then she can do stuff until the Kog'Maw comes online, and then all of a sudden then you've got that continuing on. So I think it'll be an interesting thing to see what they go. I mean, if it is lethality, I think it's going to be unbearable for the Ezreal Nami, especially with the Yuumi there, because that poke that they can throw out, I can tell you, is not fun at all. And the Nami heals won't make up for it. So
Yep, that is definitely going to be painful. One thing that I really notice here is mostly, I feel like every lane almost for the side of Rocket Core kind of loses, right? Because Kennen, I mean, Set is not going to win the lane. That is for certain. I mean, it's a Kennen. So I think that is definitely Kennen favored. Then you have the bot lane, which, depending on the build, I would say for now will be Ezreal Nami favored, but in the early game at least. But yes, Sivir, of course, early game, if she gets a little bit ahead, can turn things around. I feel like if Chaos really just puts all of his money on that mid lane, tries to gank this Kog'Maw down and just makes him completely useless and lets this Yasuo go off, I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Rocket Core to stop that. Do you feel like that should be what Chaos should be doing? Like really focus towards his mid lane?
Yeah, I mean, if you see the Sivir go for the lethality build, I would literally just tell my J4 just non-stop gank that mid because the lethality Sivir does drop off, right? And
Yes.
this AP Cogmore will come on heavy. So if you just take out that Cogmore, put him in a position where he won't be able to come back. I know that there'll be shutdowns and stuff like that, so we could see a burger flip like we did earlier. But if you put him in a position where he's so far behind that this Yasuo is running the game, I feel like you're gonna make it so hard for Rocket Core. I think it's gonna make it super hard. We have seen this set come out on the top side, right? Maybe we see him show up a bit more this game after we'll seeing what happened last game. Maybe he's on that high of I did an insane play. I'm going to pop off this time round. But I mean, last time his laning phase was not the best, so that could be. I think that could be losing as well. So I think that their main hope is this Cogmore Sivir, seeing what builds they go for, and how much jungle attention they get in those lanes.
Yeah, that is certainly going to be it. I mean, just in general for that team, it is their late game insurances, right? The Sivir and this Kog'Maw. Even if the Sivir goes for the lethality build, it's not like you really want to rely on Olaf or Set, unless, of course, you have an Olaf that just gets ridiculously far ahead early game, just starts running through people with an early Gore Drinker or something like that. But otherwise, I don't really see them being the big like carries. I feel like they are definitely the enablers of the carries of the side of Rocket Core Gemini. Whereas, let's talk a little bit more about Extreme now that we do have a minute left. What are their winning conditions? Because we talked a lot about, of course, the carries here for Rocket Core Gemini. What is it like here on Extreme Esports? Because it feels like in every single lane, they can like birth a carry.
Yeah, it's definitely close lanes in every single one. I mean, the Kennen should outrange the set, so I think that should be a free point of attack for them, maybe opening up the J4 to get those invades into the enemy top side. But the Yasuo Kog'Maw lane, Yasuo probably less favored because the Kog'Maw will just non-stop push him in, outpoke him and stuff like that. But if the J4 can interrupt that, Yasuo can come back in a situation where the Kog'Maw can't damage the wave fast enough to do it so that the Yasuo can get the kills. But this bot lane, I'm telling you, it's all on the Sivir's build, but if the Ezreal plays it very well, it's going to be, it should be Ezreal it should be Ezreal winning it. And the other thing you got to note is the fact that because the Yuumi has to be attached to someone, the Nami can just go for these roams, right? And if the Nami gets these good roams, he has this great combo with the mid laner to be able to get these knockups ready for his ulti. So, and I think I am seeing a bug. Maybe they forgot to switch over. Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yep. I'm seeing, an Electrocute on the Nami, and I see Kennen with an Airy. I don't know exactly how the rules state. I'm pretty sure we just continue. I'm not too sure, because I remember this happened last time before. We had a Karthus who then had to play with Hill of Blades, ended up winning the game, which was really funny, and carrying, in fact, as well. So I think this is actually going to be played, but that is definitely a bit of a downside here.
No. Yeah, but there is some problems. I think that we have got a pause coming through, but now with Electrocute, probably not the worst it could be, but because I know you can get those combos off pretty easily if you land. I mean, she's got enough stuff that jumps between people to be able to get that off, and her R and Q combos, so it'll still do damage, but obviously you won't have that benefit of the added shielding you'll get, and probably the mana supply you'll get through going that sorcery tree. So that could be a bit of contention, not being able to outlast this Yuumi in this lane, especially with Yuumi's passive allowing her to auto attack to get mana back and stuff like that, as well as her probably go in Presence of Mind and Mana Flow ban to be unstoppable on the mana flow, well, on the mana sector. But yeah, I mean, crazy thing, mistakes happen at the highest levels, and we're seeing a mistake here today.
Yep, and these mistakes can be costly, of course. And don't forget, this is on the side of Extreme, and if they lose this game, they are going to get no points at all for this series, and that's rough if you think about it. That's definitely something that, especially after a game like last game, where honestly, if your mental isn't strong, it could have just blown up there. Now having this happen to you as well, if they come through and win this game, they have a mental fortitude of an absolute beast.
Yeah, I mean, I know it would annoy me pretty early on. I don't think they'll be allowed to switch these runes around. I don't think
Yep,
we
I think
offer
it's going.
don't think we offer a remake service here. And they do have a DC in the jungle, so I would DC if I saw an electrocute Nami, but there we go. Yeah, honestly, I think this is going to be a great game to see. Maybe the, I mean, we do actually have, I believe, an on-hit Sivir here with the not Halo
Yep.
Blades, lethal tempo. I have seen some people do that into the on-hit, but not into the on-hit, onto the lethality. But it should be more focused to the lethality into the on-hit. Christ, I'm making mistakes. I am stumbling my words. I have not had a drink.
It happens.
Like
Listen,
2 hours.
yeah, I was gonna, we've had a lot of casts in a row. It's completely fair. This can happen sometimes. Now, what we do see here, of course, as we get ourselves into the last game of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, Extreme Esports on the blue side versus Rocket Core Gemini on the red side. We see them spamming a lot of Control 6s here. They are looking for a potential invade, perhaps, towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, Nami's going to be there with Ezreal, so this could be caught out. Oh, she's just going to
Oh my lord! Yep. Oh no! Look at your screen, Pui! Look at your screen! You don't want to get caught out. That is an axe hitting her face. This could be a lot of damage coming out. Is she going to be forced to flash? Yep, there is the ghost. That is going to be a flash forced by Pui. So ghost for flash. Now though, she was everything could be in a bit of trouble. Has already leveled his Q. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a flash. Flash has been forced, and that is a flash. 2 flashes rather for the side of Extreme, just for a ghost.
Yeah, that's going to be crazy here for this Olaf. If he can pot this bot side early on, they're going to really make a big difference. They do have wards on this red buff, so I'm expecting the Olaf to do his buff, then go straight for this red buff, and then go down to the bot lane to get a gank off. And it should be a pretty free gank with no flashes on them, probably focusing the Nami down there. But yeah, great play, great invade. Probably watching back the last game, see where people stood, and knowing that they could just get that. Little bit of a disrespect there by the Nami, not really looking forward, but...
Yep, and on top of that, once again, Extreme with an unlucky start. They have been through a lot of mental blows here. Question is, can they, be resilient enough and make sure that nothing is really going to happen to their gameplay in this game, as we do see everyone going towards their lanes. Yeah, we'll see. We would think there could be an interesting early game gank here from the Olaf, but he is starting on the bottom side, which means he is going to be pathing towards that top side, whereas Jarvan is doing the opposite, looking towards this bot/mid lane perhaps. So not a very early gank incoming from Olaf towards this bot lane. We have to expect.
I mean, he could go for the invade, but I think he looks like he's just going for walls. He's not going to contest that red buff, knowing that the J4 knows that they probably got a ward down, would go for it, so makes a lot of sense.
Definitely makes a lot of sense. Mid lane, a lot of training going on. No, they know Pui doesn't have flash. Has to be a little bit careful here. But the exhaust is making the bot lane of the side of Rocket Core get Gemini useless. And FaZe is taking so much damage, but he is going to be able to get away with a flash and, of course, a heal. Now, though, it is no summoners versus no summoners. So suddenly that lead that they had has been turned around by Extreme Esports.
Yeah, but you got to remember the Yuumi will sustain this Nami, so we'll heal straight back up, and the Sivir poke is a lot harder to dodge than the Ezreal one, so this could be a good point of contention here.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to play around it. We see Java now pathing towards that bot side of the map, not knowing if there's a ward there, so, there is none, so this could certainly work. We'll see if they're going to be able to go for it, as there are no flashes right now in the bot lane. Oh, we have a disconnection. I don't know if that's actually a disconnection, though. We are going to get ourselves into a possible fight. Yes, it will be, and that is a very bad timing for a disconnection to happen, because this gank is going to go through. It's going to happen, and I think they are certainly dead.
Yeah, the cat's disconnected off of the Sivir, and, and I'm pretty sure the Sivir's used a spell shield. I'm not too certain, but I have somewhat of a feeling. So if that is the case, oh no, she has a spell shield. Don't worry. So I think if you're the Nami here, you're about to bubble up, as we see.
There it is. Those spells have been popped. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a kind of moment here. I think they might be able to get Pui. Will they, though? That is the question. Fraser and Neff are being locked up here. This is nice. You can kind of like think about what's going to happen in this team fight, guys. What do you think is going to happen next? Watch it now after the break. Well,
No, we should just watch games in slideshow mode. That's what
yeah. It's like we're watching a PowerPoint right now. It's just like, what's going to be the next slide, guys? Think. Who's going to live here? Who's going to die? What do you guys think? Well, it is going to be the Nami dead. And, of course, the bot lane of Rocket Core Gemini dead. As we expected, well, Neff is flying away. She's kind of wasting some time here from She Was Everything. It's going to be able to waste a bit of time. Surely not enough, though. That is going to be 2 kills here towards the bot lane. 1 picked up by Java, 1 picked up by Ezreal. 2 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, I'm happy that they gave the kill over to the Ezreal there. It really helps him in this lane. I will say we have got a slight CS advantage showing up in this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of as expected, right? Yeah. It's kind of what we expected when you have a Kennen versus these Set, of course. It's Kennen has the range advantage. Set is just going to get poked out. But then again, Set has a lot of, it's just very tanky. It's yeah, that as well, all in advantage. But it's going to be able to just withstand that poke relatively easily. But probably has to give away farm for it, which is exactly what is happening here right now. So, yeah, quite expecting.
I wonder if the Kennen's respecting the fact that Olaf will be here soon, so letting that wave push into himself.
Well, he might not be respecting it as much as we see J4 also making his way up there. Chaos now is there. Poppy Namer taking a bit of damage before this potential fight. Here goes How Are You going to go in, but doesn't know that Olaf is here. Might be taking too much damage at the start of this fight. That is going to be too much damage. It's an instant kill for Lord Kai Power, and he's looking for another one. Chaos can flash, but it's not going to be enough. 2 kills to the Olaf.
Yeah, the Olaf sneak ability really high up there, just trying to get into that bush in the top side. Really disrespected the Kennen trying to go to get that stack so he can get the stun off, but the Jarvan's not close enough to land the EQ. You stepped up too soon, buddy. But feeling himself a bit more, getting the Dark Seal on the reset, the Kennen. Ooh, nice bubble lands.
Yeah, good bubble here in the bot lane. Doesn't really matter too much though. FaZe is going to just be able to heal this up completely with, of course, the Yuumi on his back. Bit of a CS lead as well in this bot lane. Mid lane relatively even, so in general this game is pretty dead even, but that Olaf getting those early kills, he could definitely start using that to get some more leeway for his team.
Yeah, Olaf a very early game champion, and they can win a lot of these fights as we've just seen, so hopefully he'll take this advantage, use it, maybe get some invades off on this J4, get the kills going, let that snowball go.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. He's now pathing towards this bot side of the map. All the summoners are back up, however, and he doesn't even have his own go. So I wouldn't expect the gang to work here unless he wants to go for an early dive. Maybe he gets to level 6 of these scams. That is the question, of course. But yeah, he's looking towards perhaps going for this dragon. It is up. Jarvan is in the bot side as well. Could potentially be contested.
Yeah, I mean, Yasuo just reset, so this is a pivoted time for them to be able to go for this. They do not know where J4 is. Kokomo's just going to go back push that wave to make sure you got a pushing wave in bot. It should be uncontested. I don't think J4 knows it's going on, so good play.
Well, there is a fight though in the bot lane now. She Was Everything taking a lot of damage here from FaZe. Chaos is nearby though, so they can't go too far. But Lord Kai Power has been able to get so much time on this dragon. It's going to be able to take it down relatively easily. And Lurk's just going to walk away there from Mosasoa. Well, actually, not even walk away. He's going to walk right towards him. He's not scared of him at all. So yeah, good start here for Rocket Core Gemini to get themselves the second game, possibly. As now Lurks might be caught out here. Chaos is here. Doesn't have the flash, though. There goes the Tornado missing as well. Lord Kaipo, however, wants to turn around, and he is strong, let me tell you. Mosasoa taking so much damage, but the heal was going to be enough. The Ignite is a shutdown for Pui. Now, however, they're going to actually try and turn around Mosasoa. That might be a little bit too deep. The exhaust comes out. He is going to trade his life. FaZe is going to pick that one up now. Pui might be in trouble. Lurks has a lot of poke, but not a lot of mana. FaZe gets blown up by the Jarvan and Ezreal, and they are looking to be able to get out as well. Lurks has no mana left. He can try and chase, but there's nothing he can do. And Stream, they actually win out on this fight.
Crazy. The Nami Electrocute coming in clutch to be able to get that kill on the Olaf. Really great rune choice that they picked there to get that. And then, you know, Rocket, you were like, yeah, well, now we win this. So they going in. The Yasuo thinking that that they caught someone out to get that ulti alone. But, oh no, the Yuumi and Sivir have walked up as well to counter that. So crazy on both sides. The Ezreal getting away with a kill. The Jarvan getting a couple more as well, and the Nami Electrocute coming through to help get that one.
Yeah, just a good fight by Extreme Esports. Very scary and weird fight, but hey, it worked out for them. They are now in, they at least made sure that this lead that Rocket Core Gemini had has been nullified a little bit. Of course, one of the kills has been on the support, so the money is on the more important members for the side of Rocket Core Gemini, but it's still better than nothing, of course, and it shows that they can win those fights when the top laners at least are not involved. So.
Yeah, but look at the CS advantage appearing in the bot lane. I know Sivir obviously very good at harassment, but that is a 20 CS lead and a kill up. Already on that Noon Quiver, feeling very good about themselves. Obviously, I know the kill up is equal to probably the assist gold if it was just Ezreal and Namis, but still, I mean, that is a big power spike there for the Sivir.
It certainly is, and on top of that, she also has an extra plate. So the Sivir definitely looking very, very strong, as we do see. Possible pathing towards the top lane. We might see a fight actually, as Nev might be called out. Doesn't have his AD carry with him. It could be a 1v3. Sorry, a 2v3. But Phrase, of course, with that on the run, is going to be able to just on the hunt rather. Well, on the run right now. But there is the the Cataclysm. That's going to do enough damage. Nev dodges the ultimate just barely, but Phrase might have to trade his life. That's going to be the kill picked up by Chaos. Oh, actually, Mosasawa going very deep, but he doesn't have the damage to take down Nev, but Ezreal does. She was everything, picks that one up in 0-2 for 1.
Yeah, Yasuo being a homie there, just secure enough for long enough that the Ezreal can get that kill, get equalized in this lane. But honestly, I mean, I thought the J4 might have gone bitten off more than he could chew. Going for the flash to get the ultimate down, just so they can get the EQ to get onto the Yuumi as well. But just dodges out on the Ezreal ult. Survives that little bit longer, just forcing the Yasuo to commit just that bit more. But overall, insanely well played by Extreme Esports.
Yeah, they are definitely doing very well. They are still, however, not being able to find a lead, and that's mainly, of course, because they have been losing out in place. But other than that, it's pretty decent for them, as now there could be a bait here. Lord Kaibao is ready. Here goes for the engage. Mosasawa might have nowhere to go, doesn't have a flash. He's going to have to use those minis to try and get away, but so much damage coming out from this Olaf. He doesn't care at all. That's going to be 1 kill, and he might be looking for 2 as Chaos is down in trouble. Has to use the Flag Attack to try and get away, but it's just going to be a double kill and kill number 4 for the Olaf, and this mid turret could just pay the price.
This is what we saw. So even though bot side they got those kills from Extreme, Olaf got the Herald. The prior towards the Herald so far today has really been showing through, and the people who've got the Herald normally have come out with the win, because that gold snowball that you can do is really coming through. And the Olaf there trying to even predict the the axe, didn't even need it in the end. J4 didn't jump over there, doesn't matter, and comes away with a cheeky double kill. This snowball coming through heavily.
Yeah, super good here by Rocket Core Gemini. It's a very back and forth game that way, but so far it looks like Lord Kaipower really is going to be the one to focus on. We talked about it before, how it's important for them to get those Kokmar and the Sivir ahead. However, it is that Olaf ahead, and if an Olaf gets very, very far ahead, gets himself the early gold drinker we were talking about, it could be very dangerous. But now we see an engage from Poppy Namer, but the ultimate from How Are You is going to be enough to keep him away for now.
Yeah, he's going to have to reset here. I wonder if Kennan's going to try and set up a nice freeze here. He is pushing the wave a little bit. He could have probably set up a freeze there, left it. Set has no TP, he probably would have lost a lot, but either way, I mean, he used a lot there to get that, so Kennen feeling pretty good about that, even without the Electrocute being okay in this lane.
Yeah, oh, look at this now in the bot lane. There is the last fight, the final chapter, but is it going to be enough? Because Chaos is here as well. Lord Kaipower is here, but the teleport is probably going to scare the side of Rocket Core Gemini away. They should be able to run away, but a tidal wave is actually coming. It's going to miss everyone though, but Chaos still wants to go in. So much damage coming out from him. That's going to be 1 kill. But now How Are You is in trouble. Going to be picked up by the Kokmor's passive. Beautifully done, but now She Was Everything is in the backline. Gets Phrase. Here goes Chaos. Has the rep from Lord Kaipower. We talked about how an Olaf has no way out. Is he going to be able to get himself out of this though? The flash comes there from She Was Everything, but they don't have the damage to follow up. It's a good stun, however, and that will be enough. Look at the healing though. It won't be enough to get him alive, and a beautiful fight from Extreme Esports turned this game around once again.
Yeah, I mean, great split there by the... even though the Nami ult went wide, it was enough to push him into a corner, so that made a lot of space, allowed him to catch him up and be able to get that collapse in, but I do think maybe the Olaf could have survived a bit longer there if he used his challenging smite, getting that reduced damage on them to be able to live that little bit longer. But overall, I mean, we're seeing Extreme come out swinging after their loss in the last game. Maybe not letting that tilt get them, but they're still down in that gold lead.
They still are, and now with Poppy Namer picking up all the plays in the top lane as well, it's going to be even further behind. 3,000 almost on the point. So it's not necessarily a gold, deficit where you think like, oh, they've definitely lost the game. Now, though, Mosasawa might be in a little bit of trouble. Pui is there to back him up. Going to be enough to just scare him away for now. So, yeah, they're going to have to try and find a way to really pull this gold lead back because look at the turrets. You can see all the plates have been taken in the top lane. And now in the bot lane, almost all the plays have been taken as well. Whereas on the side of Extreme, they only have one plate. That's definitely where the difference in the gold lies.
For sure. I will say, if you remember in that last fight, the big thing is this J4 pick. Remember, we were talking about how they have a long mobility bot lane, and he did exactly what he needed to do. He jumped onto that Kog'Maw, and the Kog'Maw got blown up before he could even do anything. And this Kog'Maw does have insane damage. We are seeing him poke out this Yasuo in lane frequently, but if he get those combos on this J4, I wonder if he's going to build this full tank. Looks like he might be going into some.
Oh, the engage is different. Poppy Namer with a showstopper. Is it going to be enough, though? If he gets his Q up, he might be able to run back, but I think Hawaii is going to be safe. We've seen a lot of back and forth between these top laners and nothing really happening. They like to brawl each other out, but both these players are too safe on their champions. So not really much going to happen from that. What I'm really interested to see is this Herald is going to come up in 1 minute. If these players, these teams are going to go around to look for that, of course. Sure. Herald isn't as good when it comes to this part of the game, but the final chapter has been popped. There goes the Nami. You're going to be popped as well. And who is next on the list? That is going to be Ezreal, trying to do his most to get the damage through, but it's not going to work. A double kill for the Olaf, but in the top lane, they traded for one.
Yeah, it's not that they traded back in the top side, but that's an Olaf with the Yuumi, and I mean, he's fed, and all of a sudden, then you just give him extra stats, extra healing. That's going to be a painful one to watch. And I mean, as this game goes on, this Yuumi will probably stick on this Olaf for longer and longer. I don't think he needs to stick on this Sivir anymore. I think he just needs to walk around with this Olaf, do the solo queue thing, just sit AFK and watch Netflix, but just stay on this Olaf. So, honestly, it's looking crazy.
It really, really is. So very strong performance so far by Lord Kaipower. Had a really good performance as well on the channel before, but let's see if he can turn this into a game, or rather series win, more importantly, for the side of Rocket Core Gemini. Now Mosasawa might be looking for potential engage, but it's underneath the turret of Lurk. I don't think you want to really look for that, so it's going to decide against it for now. Herald is going to be coming up soon, and yeah, you talked about the damage. There's a lot of poke from Lurks, and if he is freely able to put that out there, it can be very good, but this Jarvan can really be the needle that is going to thread it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you can see, this Kog'Maw just with a simple combo gets this Yasuo straight to half HP, and the only saving grace for this Yasuo is the fact that he has Wind Wall to stop the extra damage coming through to kill him. But at this point, Yasuo is feeling not very good about himself, sitting at 0-3. But this Cog's only going to scale and become even more of a machine. So yeah, as we're seeing here, we've seen them collapsing to get this Herald.
Yeah, they're looking to set that up. And by the way it's been set up, it should be relatively free for Rocket Core Gemini. However, we do see 4 members of the side of Extreme on the top lane. And I think just because the turret has been taken, that they have the pressure. But they're looking to perhaps not actually go for it yet. And, you know, the next objective could be this dragon that comes up in 1 minute.
Set solo in it. Yeah, I think they were a bit scared because of the Scuttle Crab vision that was on there. They didn't want to give it away. But I guess Set's just going to solo it himself. He doesn't need to be in his lane. He can't really touch that at the moment. I believe it might be frozen against him. Yeah, it is. So he can't really do anything in that lane anyway if he was there. Or he just maybe get collapsed upon. So him doing this at least converts it into something for his team.
Yep. Yeah, very good play here by Poppy Namer. Just a good awareness, really, right? Because normally in solo queue, when you play the top lane, you might be taking your jungle as cams, which he's not going to be happy about and start tilting. So this is definitely one of the things that you can do and works out for them. He gets himself a Herald, and that could put a lot of pressure on the map, of course. They could do the classic, put the Heralds to the mid lane as the dragon comes up. But we'll see how Poppy Namer is going to decide to play this one, as we do already see Rocket Core Gemini setting up for this dragon.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to keep it till after the fight. Maybe just if they do win the fight, they can get so much with it, or maybe put it in a different lane, yeah, just to get that pressure so they can guarantee get it. But J4 resetting here, I believe he was spotted by Set, so they know that they're just giving up this Drake. So
Yeah, I was going to say, that means that there's no way they can fight it anymore. So this is going to be free here for Lord Kai Power. And I mean, it's okay. You know what? It's fair that you give up this dragon because there is no soul point on the board just yet. It's not the worst dragon to give up. And I feel like Extreme just realized they don't really want to go for a fight right now when this Olaf is so strong.
yeah, just thinking that they can't match him. You know, they didn't have the vision set up originally, and you're walking into an AP Kog'Maw who can just one-shot you with his R, and then you've got, you know, the CC and everything else coming through. So really good knowing that you can't really walk into that situation. You need to be there beforehand, get that vision set up early.
Yeah, for sure. Now, the Dragons have been taken, and next on the board is going to be this Baron in 20 minutes. Now, obviously, I don't expect any of these teams to go for it relatively quickly, because not the fastest Baron takers, either of these teams. You have the Sivir, sure, but not really going to help too much. So let's talk a little bit, just look a bit at the items and at the situations that these players find themselves into, of course. We see everything is relatively even still. It's always been even, honestly, but I feel like the biggest difference is in his bot lane. And, well, the biggest difference could be in this fight right now as Lord Kai Power is completely on his own. He's a very strong Olaf, but Puppyname is now behind him. I don't know if the team is coordinated well here for the side of Rocket Gemini, because Puppyname is just dead.
Yeah, looks like a communication issue to me. Oh,
My
jeez.
God, the poke of Lurks is insane. And Lord Kai Power takes that kill out. Shields everything now, has to arc and shift over the wall to get away. Well, that looks like they were completely off the same page, but they turned it around.
Yeah, I think Set tried to collapse to stop that Olaf from being killed, but at that point he put himself in a position where he had to try and commit for something, and then he just wasn't able to get his W off to get out afterwards. So yeah, it's a shame to see, but at least the Kog'Maw, the full AP Kog'Maw can just one-shot someone on the back end, and then Olaf can throw the axe to finish it off. But crazy
So
things we're
much
seeing.
damage. Absolutely crazy. Now, well, with Mosasoa pushing that bot lane, I was going to say they could decide to maybe go for a Baron. It's still very risky, though, because it does take very long to kill him right at 20 minutes. And yeah, Mosasoa just ends up picking in a bot lane turret.
Yeah, I think after the last game, I'm not expecting Extreme ever to like just attempt
Yeah.
a flip at Baron. I think they've lost their confidence there, and as you should do. But maybe Rocket have learned from them and not wanting to go for this.
Yeah, we'll see now. Lord Kai Power, though, might be looking for an engage. I'm not going to go too far on there, but loads of people are gathered here around this mid lane, and I definitely feel like it's one of those things. Yeah, that is definitely true. Set is in the bot lane. Does have teleport, though. It's one of those plays, right? Like, if they can catch one or two people, they could start this Baron off and really make a play there, but
Set's going to pop Herald here.
Oh,
Go for this tower. If he's unmatched,
Yep.
he might get inhib tower. Skeleton does have TP, but where is he going to TP to? The tower could be gone by the time he gets down there.
Yeah, it could be. Yep, Mosasoa is here, but I don't know if he can win this fight, honestly. He is going to go for it. Doing a lot of damage, actually, on Puppyname. The W is doing some damage back. He gets the showstopper ready. Mosasoa is actually winning out on this one, and he's going to kill him with the flash. The turret will be traded for it, though. And now, How Are You is going to be the one in trouble. Has the flash ready. Lord Kai Power is waiting for his team to get there. Is going to be able to do so. I don't even think he needs the Ragnarok. This is an easy kill. But Phrase, though, taking a bit of damage, but the living artillery will just seal the deal.
Can I just point out this this mandate on the Yuumi? Anyone? I don't.
Oh, wow.
I don't know about you, but that is not proper. I don't think.
Well, it might not be proper, but it might be the final chapter, as now they are running down Chaos and Pui. They are in a lot of trouble. Pui is dead. Chaos, though, is not, but that could be a leeway into the Baron.
Yeah, that should be Baron. That seems pretty unfair. Going back to my Imperial Mandate, I think that should be Shurelia's. That would have been a lot better. Save this Olaf having to ghost every time he wants to go in.
Yeah.
You can just Shurelia's it. Set clearing out the minions as fast as he can, but
Oh, look at this, though. Mosasoa is going very deep on Puppyname, doing so much damage. Yeah, could be looking for potential kill here. Does not hit the Q, but the Baron is in play here, of course, for the side of Rocket God Gemini. Are they able to get it, though? There is Jarvan around. This could be riskier than they think. A lot of damage, though, on Shield was everything. This living artillery doing a lot of work. They're going to find it in the end. And now, How Are You Could be looking for an engage. Doesn't have the slicing maelstrom ready. Frey's taking so much damage. The Baron is slowly falling lower. Chaos is just waiting on the side though. How are you? Just barely managed to lift the living artillery. Will take him down eventually. And now their teleport is coming in. Chaos not going to go in way too late. That's the Baron here for Rocket Core. They're going to get exploded. The living artillery doing so much damage. Can they run down the side of Extreme Esports? Will they have to get away? It's a good last breath. And it's a good engage, but it's not going to be enough damage. They get blown up instead. It's an ace for Rocket Core Gemini.
You know, it's Yasuo when you see a knock-up and you're thinking, well, it is in the middle of everyone, but it is a couple of man ulti, so I do feel like I want to take it. That was one of those moments where you have to go, it may look cool, but I'll have to say no, you know? And he just ulted himself into about 4 people. Not going out great, but I will say, if you saw the cannon damage on the Sivir before that fight even started, imagine if he was actually rocking that electrocute, that would have been a dead Sivir, and maybe even the Baron swapping back over.
Yeah, certainly true. And yeah, it just shows how important runes are to really win these kind of games and in these very slight situations. And the higher the level goes, the more important, of course, they are, because that's when, you know, milliseconds, millimeters, they all are going to matter. So right now, though, Rocket Core, because of that big team fight win, because of that Baron game, they have found themselves in a very comfortable 5,000 gold lead. Question is, what are they going to be able to do with it? The map is relatively open for them. They still have their mid lane turret open. What do you feel like they should be doing with this Baron now?
I'm wondering if they're going to go for the split push, but they do not have... They only have the TP on the Kog'Maw, and leaving Kog'Maw off on the side lane. Probably a bit scary for him. He probably wants to sit in the middle lane where he's got a shorter lane to be able to escape through. But once the set gets... I assume the set's just going to sit in the side lane anyway. Probably end up matching... Well, it looks like he's going to match against this Kennen for now. But eventually I believe that he's going to walk into this Yasuo, keep those TPs out of the fight. But yeah, I mean, they should... Personally, I hate to say it, but I think they should just ARAM it. It is a very bonobo play, but they do have the Kog'Maw who can just... Even if they walk up to clear the waves, the Kog'Maw can just lay down so much damage, and the Sivir as well. They shouldn't really be able to counter push the waves, so... Yeah, as we've seen a 4-man ARAM.
Yep, it makes a lot of sense, right? And they have the poke, they have the Sivir Q and the Kog'Maw you were talking about. So we'll see how effective it's going to be. So far, it looks like Extreme are not able to really react. And actually, there's going to be an engagement from Poppy on this bot side of the map. How are you taking so much damage? He might just die from this. There's no flash on the set, though. He's trying to run him down, but the stun is just in time. Not going to find him, and that actually is going to cost him his life, because now Poppy is in trouble, but the living artillery will do it. And now Poppy is trying to turn things around. They are completely diving him. Look at Olaf in the backline. He's just crushing them. He has the GA ready. Chaos now trying to buy some time, but it's not going to be enough. It's a double kill for Lord Skypower, and this could potentially be the game as they are pushing through this bot lane side of the turret.
Yeah, crazy. The set buying so much time there, not going down. The Olaf GA coming up clutch to be able to get that reset, but AP Cog damage just shredding through them, stopping them from being able to walk up even. Craziness.
Craziness indeed, but no end of the game just yet. Lurk's not able to hit all of that poke, but look at the power, though, of this AP Kog'Maw. We have to allude to it, because he has been absolutely smashing it, and he's got that Meta Soul Stealer on 18 stacks right now. This guy, I mean, I feel like one living artillery will just put Nami completely out of the fight.
I mean, the worst part is, even if you kill him, his passive is going to one-shot someone, no? He's going to come back from the dead, like you know, the Baus is playing Sion and just one-shot someone. So that damage, it can't be understated.
It definitely cannot be. It's an absolutely terrifying asset to this Rocket Core Gemini squad here. So we'll see what he is going to be able to do with it. And of course, don't forget, we still have Lord Skypower on this Olaf. He was 1v3ing underneath Extreme Esports turrets. And yes, of course he died, but he's still got a kill. That is the power of him. If they have to face him in a normal fight without, you know, such an advantage, I don't know if they're going to be able to take down this Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, this Yuumi can just sit on this Olaf as well, and
yeah,
I give him so much more stats. Look at how many items he's got. He's building into the dead man's here. That is going to make him really unstoppable. Give him such a chase down potential. But if you look at how they're positioning, they're looking to just go for this top side. They have got a triple stack wave up.
Oh no, Chaos, you have to be careful here. Pui could be in trouble as well. Look at the damage of the living artillery. Absolute destruction. Fraser's going to be able to take that one down. And now it's looking like trouble for Extreme. Can they turn this around? Mosasawa also taking so much damage from the poke. The top lane turret is down. All the inhibitors are down. And at this point, it's a matter of time before Rocket Core Gemini are going to take down the Nexus as well. However, Extreme Esports, they're going to have to look for a miracle kind of play. How are you? Here is the slicing Maelstrom, but he doesn't even get to pop it off before he dies. Chaos now flash away from the living artillery. Look at Lord Kuiper and Poppy Name in the backline. It's a great ultimate though. Could it be enough? However, no. The health bars are just too strong. Poppy Name is tanking the turret for days, and now it's only the supports and the 80 set carry alive. But the living artillery is making a living hell out of the situation. There is nothing that they can do. The Nexus turrets fall. The Nexus is next, and Rocket Core very convincingly take down Extreme Esports in 2-0 fashion.
Absolutely crazy. AP Cog, anyone play mid laner? Just give it a try. Don't worry.
It's been buffed. It's recently been buffed, of course, so...
Yeah, it looks like it really needed the buff this game. If it wasn't for that buff, he wouldn't be able to one-shot anyone. He would just be hitting them with a wet flannel. Honestly, that is complete and utter craziness there.
Yeah, absolutely insane. What a performance here, by the way, from Rocket Core Gemini. We have to say, Lurks.
The damage
yeah, it just says it all. Look at that. I mean, Lurks once again. I mean, last time on the Azir, and this time around on the Kokmar. Now definitely having much more of an impact. He's just been playing those late game champions, and he's been working out completely, just barely dying in these fights, just positioning so fantastically. And honestly, just a great performance from him. And then you, of course, have Lord Kaipower this time around, who really was the shining spotlight here of that team with this Olaf in the early game, just running through the side of Extreme Esports, and they just had no answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think it somewhat came from the early flashes blown, because he knew that he could position more aggressively and go for that bot lane plays. But even then, you know, you had such an insane play from this Olaf to be able to get ahead so early, and then you had everyone diving behind and then leaving this Olaf to go into your backline. Like, I know that the J4 wants to jump on this backline, blow up the ADC and the AP Cog, but this Olaf, you just the only thing that can stop him is a wall, and your ulti can stop him. He has no flash. The only thing that can stop him is that. Why are you jumping onto the backline, letting him run into your backline, and then he got super far ahead? The Yuumi didn't even go on him for most of the time. It was very rare we saw that. Imagine if the Yuumi sat on him, he would never have died. He would be 13-0. I mean, craziness from that Olaf.
Definitely craziness, and we'll see if the people in the chat agree whether he is the MVP of this game or whether it might be Lurks, of course. Get your votes in, of course, for the MVP vote. 1, if you think that Poppy Namer is going to be the MVP, or 5, if you think, of course, the support. Yeah, I mean, who is it to you, Gizmo? I mean, to me, I have to say, despite Lurks, of course, once again in that late game, I feel like it's about who sets you up to get to that point, and it has to be Lord Kaipower for me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you do have to give it to Kaipower, but most of the damage in some of those fights did come from that Cog more, just being able to hit the poke and then the Olaf just being in the backline to finish off those kills. I feel like I got to give it to Lurks just because he sort of got robbed in the first game to be able to get it, just simply because Poppy Namer did turn around the game. And
I think he did in the end get it though. He did get the MVP, so.
Oh, in that case, give it to the jungle. Junglers deserve something. Junglers work hard. They have low mental. They need it. They needed to reset that. So yeah, I'll give it to the jungle in this game. Sorry, but yeah, jungle deserves it. I know that the damage shots might say otherwise, but that jungler set up his team for that early game, really shutting down a lot of the enemy team. And I mean, as we said, we expected this J4 Yasuo to be ganking this Kog'Maw all the time, and this Olaf read that straight away and went there and counter ganked it, and that's what flipped the game on its head. That gave the Kog'Maw such an early lead. So yeah, I'm gonna give it to the jungle.
Yep, fair enough. I fully agree with you on that. Now, I'm going to inquire with El Host if there will be an interview, yes or no. I'm not too certain about this.
We can do one if you want. I'll just check if there's actually people to do an interview with, because it looks like everybody left pretty shortly and fastly. So
That's fair. I mean, it's up to you. I don't necessarily mind. I was
I
just
don't
asking.
see anyone, but we'll do it for the playoffs for sure. So only 1 week to
Sounds
go.
good. All right then. So yeah, no interview for now. But yeah, great performance. And I do wonder a little bit, like, what do you think, Isma? Was this extremes? You know, was it the fact that they kind of just had that mental boom after that game? Did we kind of see a bit of that, or were they just outplayed? You know, fair and square by Rocket Square. I mean, they were outplayed fair and square either way. But do
I
you
feel
feel like that would have mattered?
Yeah, I honestly think that the mental boom really affected them. And I mean, even going into this game, they then had a reset back into mental boom with the
Yeah.
runes. So it's like you recovered, and then all of a sudden, then you get an even worse state.
Yep.
I think that Kennen could have done so much more in that top lane with that electrocute. There was times where the
Doesn't
set
it?
was so low HP that if he had the electrocute, he probably would have killed. You know, and I know that the Nami having it maybe would have had more mana to sustain in that lane, maybe make a bit more of a difference. But to be honest, they just got caught in that bot lane a lot, so I don't think it would have made too much of a difference there. But for that top lane, would have made all the difference. And I mean, even thinking back to that Baron play, I know we're talking about Baron throws here, but in the second game there was almost a Baron throw again. But if the Kennen had the electrocute, he would have just one popped the Sivir, but the Sivir walks away 20 HP, only to get healed back up by the Yuumi. So
Yeah.
I think mental does come into this game quite heavily.
I definitely think it does. And well, the mental of Rocket Core definitely should have gone up from this match. I don't know if we can take a look at the standings now, but you know, they are still, of course, in 8th place. It's not the greatest just yet, but they have gotten this win over Extreme, who are in this 5th place. And that is a massive win when you are, of course, down there. So, you know, it's going to give them a lot of confidence, a lot of push, surely, for coming into the upcoming playoffs, because they clearly needed this win. You can look at it here, of course. You see Extreme still on 5th place, Rocket Core on that 8th place. And yeah, this win, very important for them.
Yeah, it's going to be massive for them going forward. I don't know how many teams actually make the playoffs going forward, but it's going to be very important going forward, definitely. Maybe they'll be able to contest for a playoffs, or at least just take off
6
some
teams make playoffs. So 2 go to semifinals, and the other 2 go to 2 quarterfinals. Like 2 here, 1 here, 1 here. And then those 2 get a bye.
Okay, so yeah, so
that's
that
great.
is a huge win then, because that gets them to 8th place. Now, there are some matches still to be played, so they're definitely not safe in this place, of course. So that is something they have to be wary of. But they have, you know, faced difficult teams, so I definitely feel like they have a chance.
Yeah, that could be Extreme's biggest upset, right? Because
Yeah,
with that loss against what should be an easy opponent, I don't know what their strength of schedule is, but going forward, they could be looking at a position where they can't really that they might be pushed out of this top 6 into playoffs. So that is a pretty massive win there, taken away from them.
we've got to hope that this mental boom is not going to, you know, stay until the next few games, because in that case, then we might see a falter here, of course, of Extreme Esports. But, you know, I feel like they played well. They fought well. It was just, in the first game, it was those tiny mistakes. And in the second game, I feel like it was also a bit maybe of the mental. It just felt like Rocket Core was simply all over the board better. So just in general, good series. Rocket Core, Gemini, though, getting themselves that important win. Of course, the first series we had as well was Among Us versus Eclipse Fusion. Among Us still second, looked very strong, and, well, looked like they absolutely belong in their standings right now.
Definitely. Well, with that being said, that will bring us to the end of today's stream. We had a wonderful good night. Great League of Legends. Some close games here and there, but in the end, some great performances from single players here. And yeah, with that being said, we do hope you entertained yourself at least watching, and we wish to see you back on Wednesday, 7 p.m. CST, 6 p.m. BST for the next Twitch stream here on Connecting Esports with the Sea Autumn Split featuring Opera GX. Thank you so much for casting, Gizmo, Toki.
Yep.
And see you guys
Pleasure.
next time.